Chapter 1602. On the other side, Zhang Feng had just finished explaining the importance of geometry and arithmetic, as well as the calculation techniques. Then, he was invited out of the classroom by Cheng Chumo and the others who could not wait any longer. At this moment, there was only a group of people left in the classroom. They stared at the things that Zhang Feng had just said, which they had recorded word for word on a piece of scrap paper. After looking at the last problem of calculating the sum of the area of a square object, everyone fell silent. They carefully savored the mysteries of arithmetic. Previously, they had only been exposed to the simplest multiplication tables, division tables, and simple calculations such as addition and subtraction. They thought that they were familiar with the mysteries of arithmetic. However, after the lesson of the dean, they suddenly realized that they were nothing here, in any place other than the mountains. As long as they wore the uniform of White Deer College, it was like a pass. They could enter and leave Chong and the various restaurants and tea houses without queuing. Even in the tea houses, they did not need to pay. So much so that all of them felt like they were floating in the air. What was this? This was a symbol of their status. This was all the face that the dean had earned. This was the pride of everyone in White Deer College. However, after today's lesson, they finally realized that they were nothing. Even at this moment, the old scholar looked at the arithmetic problem on the blackboard with a solemn expression, engrossed in it. At this moment, at the side of the teaching building, Cheng Chumo and the others invited Zhang Feng here. They looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and rubbed their hands. This scared Zhang Feng so much that he thought that these guys were going to kill him to silence him. He hurriedly asked, "You guys, what's the matter?" Yes. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, "Now, the matter of this water wheel is basically settled. However, this water wheel needs to be changed almost every day. This is not right. However, we have thought of many ways. We even changed it to an iron rod or a steel rod. Although it is effective, it will not last for more than a few days. So, you took the opportunity to find me here?" Zhang Feng asked with some disdain. Although Cheng Chumo wasn't happy, he didn't dare to provoke Zhang Feng at this time. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. However, Dugo wasn't willing. He picked up his notes and argued with Zhang Feng. Dugo was famous for being a chatterbox. That terrifying mouth technique could even make people feel terrified. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and the others didn't dare to fight back. Even Li Chengqian couldn't handle it. At this moment, Dugo's attack was something that they had discussed beforehand. If Zhang Feng did not say anything, then Dugo would do it. At this moment, Dugo and Zhang Feng were in the middle of a heated argument. They tried their best to hold back their laughter. While smoking, they silently calculated the time in their hearts to see how long Zhang Feng could last. Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal. In the end, Zhang Feng was defeated. Okay. Brother, I give up. This water wheel is almost okay, but it has a fatal weakness, and that is the transmission device. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Dugo hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what is this transmission device?" Wei Shiyu couldn't help but ask, "Yeah, Fengzi, you should be more clear. If you only say this and that, who doesn't know how to say it? This thing, even if you want me to say it, I can say it too. During this period of time, we have spent countless days and nights, and we still can't get this thing done. You just open your mouth and say this and that. Tell us how to solve it. We're going to deliver the goods tomorrow. What do you want us to do?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he was angry and amused. However, at this moment, he knew that if he laughed, he would be beaten up in minutes. Zhang Feng could only sigh and say, "Do you still remember the lesson I taught you on the night I moved to the villa area?" When he said this, their faces instantly turned red. They slowly looked around and started to talk about it. None of them dared to look Zhang Feng in the eye. "No, Dugo." Dugo frowned as he flipped through the book in his hand. Then he said, "Fengzi, there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding about this playbook. Back then, I clearly remembered that you had mentioned the method of power transmission and the method of forming the hydrodynamic force. You didn't talk about the construction of the water wheel at all, right?" Zhang Feng patted his forehead and looked at Dugo curiously. He leaned forward to take a look at the little book and realized that this guy was actually taking notes. Madhurf asterisk Kerr. Good guy. Who the hell would write a diary? This guy, he actually wrote a diary? However, at this moment, even if he wrote a diary, it didn't matter. After all, he really did talk about this matter. Zhang Feng pointed at the book and then called Cheng Chumo and the others over. He said, come, all of you come take a look. I don't believe that you all don't remember this thing. Madhurf asterisk Kerr. Now that Lao Tzu asked you to make this water wheel, don't tell me you don't want it to move. This can move. Is it the power unit? In an instant, the few of them suddenly became cheerful. Cheng Chumo patted his forehead excitedly and shouted, Madhurf asterisk Kerr. So that's how it is. No wonder Lao Tzu didn't see this thing even after flipping through it. So it's because of this matter. Madhurf asterisk Kerr, Chong Zi, Madhurf asterisk Kerr, you said that this thing, Lao Tzu didn't believe you. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. Madhurf asterisk Kerr, it was this guy who said that the construction of this water wheel was very complicated. It was far from a problem of power. It was a problem of some manufacturing process. If they had known that this was a scam, Madhurf asterisk Kerr, they would have made it long ago. Why would they be laughed at by Feng Zi now? The few of them looked at Zhang Feng's speechless expression and then looked at Zhang Sun, who was about to slip away. Everyone was angry. Dugo was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He put away the little book and shouted, Madhurf asterisk Kerr, beat him up. Chapter 1603. Zhang Sun did not even know what was going on. He was pressed to the ground and hammered by someone. Among them, Wei Shiyu, Chun Shimo, and the rest were all bark and no bite. Their fists were swinging loudly, but when they landed on their bodies, it was like a tickle. But this bastard Dugo, he was definitely going all out. Every punch made Zhang Sun Chong cry out in pain. The key point was that this guy was always looking for Zhang Sun Chong's soft flesh. All right, if you continue, I'm leaving. Zhang Feng could tell. Apart from Dugo, who was really angry, the rest of them were just putting on an act. He had no choice but to ask them to stop. By the time everyone stopped, Zhang Sun Chong's face had already lost its original appearance. 2 panda eyes and 2 lines of nosebleeds could not be stopped. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He did not hide anything anymore. Originally, he had planned to explain the water wheel to them. After all, Zhang Feng also knew the importance of the matter. The phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of the mountain was almost finished. He only needed to wait for this set of equipment to be installed before it could be activated. Furthermore, tomorrow was the day that the Ministry of Works would hand over the equipment. If they missed it, then there would be trouble. Zhang Feng knew that all the commoners and officials at the foot of the mountain were waiting for this toy. If they couldn't hand over the equipment tomorrow, there would inevitably be chaos. At this moment, seeing that the few of them had quieted down, Zhang Feng gestured for them to follow him to the villa area. The craftsmen making the water wheel in the villa area were still racking their brains, but as usual, they did not know where the problem was. At this moment, they saw Zhang Feng arrive. Everyone hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Zhang Feng asked them to stand up, then pointed at the water wheel and talked to the craftsmen. Among these craftsmen, there was an old man who used to work in the Ministry of Works. Because of his age and dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Works, he resigned in anger. If Zhang Feng had not found him, Zhang Feng would not have been able to find such a skilled person. However, although this person was very skilled, he was also a stubborn old man. He would argue with Zhang Feng for almost half a day about almost everything, especially when the water wheel was being built. In ancient times, especially in the early years of the Tang Dynasty and before the Tang Dynasty, almost all the water wheels had straight blades. However, the water wheel designed by Zhang Feng had slanted blades. The most important thing was that one of the blades was positive while the other was negative. The advantage of such staggered slanted blades was that the water wheel moved faster. The difficulty was that doing so would worsen the wear and tear of the entire water wheel. In particular, Zhang Feng had made the axle of the water wheel thinner. Under the premise of only pursuing speed, the degree of exhaustion had also increased. In addition, during this period of time, they had not been able to find a reason, So these little dukes had directly dragged him to do research every day. They had long been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the burden. At this moment, they saw Zhang Feng arrive. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. They also repeatedly complained that they were ready to go home and retire. They did not want to suffer here anymore. This made Zhang Feng very depressed. At this time, why did these craftsmen not have the spirit of exploration? The craftsmen who had been kidnapped from the western regions were all as if injected with chicken blood when they saw the magical drawings and the magical manufacturing process. This was simply incomparable. Zhang Feng could not say anything. After all, the old master was so old. He could only helplessly say, "Old master, I know what you mean. After this water wheel is built, whether you all stay or leave will be decided separately. Now, let me tell you what's wrong with this water wheel. Look, there's actually no problem with the water wheel as a whole. The problem lies in the axle." As he spoke, Zhang Feng kicked the steel axle that was still swaying. Then he said, "You can't even fix this thing firmly. Do you think it won't be seriously damaged?" When he said this, the good craftsman frowned and said, "Sir Director, once this thing is fixed, won't it not be able to move?" Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Do you still remember the 2 rings I brought you?" The old craftsman was stunned. He still did not remember. Dugo remembered. He hurriedly dug out 2 palm-sized steel rings from a pile of scrap metal at the side. When Zhang Feng brought them here, he said that this was the main point. However, no one knew what this thing was used for, so they did not pay much attention to it. Zhang Feng picked up the 2 round things and put them on the steel rod. Then he hammered them into the axle and said, "Now you all have to think of a way to fix it firmly in here. After that, don't worry about it. I can guarantee that this thing can be used for half a year without a problem." Zhang Feng did not want to explain this bearing. After all, once this thing was explained, it would take a lot of time. At this time, there was no lubricant and there was no oil found. Moreover, this thing was driven by water, so there was no need for lubricant. When he said this, everyone still did not understand. However, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. He yawned leisurely and prepared to go back and have a good afternoon nap. There were too many things to do today. In addition, he was dizzy from drinking and had said a lot of things. At this moment, he was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyes. Just as Zhang Feng turned around and was about to go to sleep, suddenly he was scared out of his wits by Yu Qigong's voice. "Feng Zi, you're finally done with this thing? Then let's go. The old master wants to see you." Chapter 1604. Zhang Feng really did not want to do that. However, he did not know when old Yu and old Chun appeared behind him, so much so that he was scared out of his wits. After a long while, Zhang Feng recovered and asked in surprise, "How long have you been here?" Yu Qigong chuckled and said, "When you arrived, we had just arrived. What is it?" Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish his question, Yu Qigong immediately took action. He grabbed Zhang Feng and said, "Let's go. We'll know when we get there." Zhang Feng was speechless. He struggled with all his might, but seeing that he could not break free, he could only follow the 2 to the workshop with a speechless expression. Chung Chumo and the rest were dumbfounded. After exchanging glances, they looked at the Yuchi brothers and said, "I say, they seem to have been in the workshop for a long time, right?" The Yuchi brothers nodded seriously. Wei Shuyu immediately perked up and said, "Could it be that they have done something shameful in there?" Their eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. What could they have done? It was nothing more than finding something good. At this moment, Dugo said faintly, "Have you forgotten that Li Gan will be going to Chiotzi City in 2 days? What do you think they're doing here at this time? Also, don't you want to go and see what that loud noise was just now?" Hearing that, instantly, the few of them became interested and hurriedly followed. "Let's go. Let's follow Dad and take a look." After Zhang Feng and the rest led Chun Chumo and the rest into the cave of the workshop, Chun Chumo and the rest were dazzled, as if they were Granny Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden. They looked here and there. It was simply too much for their eyes to take in. In the end, the few of them locked their gazes on the shining silver sword in Wei Zhang's hand. That sword. Damn, it's a little cool. They just did not know how powerful this thing was. The few of them waited. After entering the cave on the next floor, they saw a dazzling array of weapons displayed in the cave. In an instant, They couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Feng Zi, do we brothers have a share in them? Their gazes were already attracted by the strange-looking weapons that Yu Qigong and the others had seen earlier. When Zhang Feng saw this, he instantly became smug, especially when he saw Yu Qigong's pleading gaze. He slapped Yu Qigong's hand away and said, "You want it?" How could they not want it? They nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Feng's heart was filled with joy. He had been in a bad mood the entire journey when Yu Qigong clamped down on him. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, he said, "Take a look. These are all low-class items. The real good stuff is at the bottom." The few people who were choosing their weapons were stunned when they heard this. With Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's confirmation, the few of them had a burning look in their eyes. However, Yu Qigong still picked up the whip from the pile of weapons and said, "Feng Zi, I can tolerate the other items, but tell me, what is this whip for? This thing can kill people?" Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong as though he was looking at an idiot. Sun Enyang can kill people with a kitchen knife. What's more, she gave you a chopstick, an axe, and a hoe. Tell me, are these weapons? Yu Qigong was stunned. Zhang Feng was right. These things could really kill people. But this whip, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like it could kill people. Zhang Feng could not be bothered to explain. He asked Qin Shimo to take the whip and swing it at a pole not far away. Qin Shimo did not believe it, but he still did as he was told. However, the next moment, when the whip wrapped around the pole, it made a metallic sound. Everyone was stunned. Qin Shimo pulled back the whip, and the steel pipe was pulled back as well. He also saw that the whip had scales as dense as snake scales. What was even more frightening was that there were barbs between the scales. At this time, there were also scratches left on the steel pipe that had been entangled with it. At that moment, everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this thing. If it appeared on the battlefield, it would definitely cause trouble if they were caught off guard. Good weapon. Qing Yaojin could not help but exclaim. Zhang Feng said smugly, "Of course. The main material of this whip is made of sheep tendons, cow tendons, and some other special materials. It is then made into a net with steel wires. The scales on the net are pieced together by small steel shavings the size of chopsticks. This thing may not look like much, but once it wraps around you, even the head of a black bear can be pulled off by it. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so." Hiss! Even Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they heard this. Zhang Feng waved his hand and urged, "Let's go. There's nothing good here. Let's go down and see where the essence of this forge is. It's also the most precious thing." However, at that moment, Dugo said in a trembling voice, "Feng Zi." Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, "What? I want this whip." Zhang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was already a bad guy. If he gave this thing to him, although it suited his temperament, it would be terrible if something happened. Zhang Feng shook his head repeatedly. No, this doesn't suit you." Dugo ignored Zhang Feng and took the whip from Chun Shimo's hand and wrapped it around his belt. Zhang Feng could not help but give him a thumbs up. "You're King awesome." Lao Tzu is impressed. Chapter 1605. Zhang Feng didn't expect that a person could be so shameless when he became shameless. But today he saw it for himself. This dude, Dabing, really didn't talk about martial ethics. But there was no other way. He also had to have something to defend himself. This whip was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. If he was given a knife, would he be able to use it? What kind of moves would he know? But this whip was different. There was no need for any moves. All he needed to do was to dance, and that would be enough. This was very in line with Dugo's temperament. Zhang Feng stared at Qinshimo and the others. Seeing that they didn't want to imitate Dugo, he stopped. "Let's go. The old man is probably waiting anxiously." Yu Qigong said somewhat gloomily. Hearing this, the few of them became well-behaved. The few of them were even more curious about what else was down there. When they all entered the cave where the guns were made, everyone's eyes were fixed on what they saw. At the corner of the wall, there were steel pipes for guns. In the middle, there was a furnace as big as a central room. At this moment, it was surrounded by people knocking on it. Alkinen, Li Yuan, and the others also saw the people who just came in. Alkinen hurried forward and bowed. "Sir Dean." I've explained the general situation here and the things produced here clearly to you. Zhang Feng nodded and let Alkinen do his own thing. Then, he looked at Li Yuan and asked, "Old man, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied? Very satisfied." Zhang Feng nodded. "Then let's talk about the problem of profit now." Li Yuan was stunned. He suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. He thought that Zhang Feng would say something else. How would he know that this guy was actually talking about this matter? Perhaps he did not have a lot of other things. But because of the appearance of the cooperative, as well as the scamming of so much gold and silver from Tibet and the other countries, the current imperial treasury was already incomparably full. Thus, a bit of money was not a problem for Li Yuan. Besides, once these weapons fell into his hands, how much money could he not have? Even if Zhang Feng wanted to choose a state capital, Li Yuan would dare to give it away. He believed that Li Shimin would also give it away. After all, it was this godforsaken Shishan. After being tormented by Zhang Feng for less than 3 months, it had become like this. Moreover, the two markets in Chang and City combined were not as profitable as this one, and it was not as lively as this one. What if it was a state capital? If Qiuzi was given to Zhang Feng, would Zhang Feng be able to turn Qiuzi into the most prosperous and most stable city in the west of the Tang dynasty in less than a year? This was also what Li Shimin wanted to see. However, the state capital, they wanted to, but they were afraid that the officials in the imperial court would be dissatisfied, and this brat would directly discover their identities. Therefore, they could only wait for Zhang Feng to speak. At this time, giving Qiuzi City's commerce to Zhang Feng was almost the same as giving Qiuzi City's lifeline to Zhang Feng. In other words, Qiuzi City belonged to Zhang Feng. However, this was just not a clear statement. Hearing this, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave the blueprints of these weapons and equipment, and these craftsmen to you. These people are all treasures. You have to be careful. These people, especially Arcanon and Mokido, are treasures among talents. I'll still control the forge on the mountain, but it's only used to invent some new things. As for the mass production, I'll leave it to you. Moreover, I'm not sure about the cost of these weapons. You could discuss the specifics among yourselves. I only want half of the profits. What do you think?" Li Yuan was silent. Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Yu Shinan, Yu Qigong, and the others were silent. They were still worried whether Zhang Feng would take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price. But now it seemed that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Zhang Feng did not think so much at all. At this time, when they heard Zhang Feng say such words, they almost vomited blood. This mother of Astra's cur really only cared about money. Li Yuan was also stunned. After a moment, his expression changed, and he asked somewhat solemnly, "This thing, are you not going to care about it anymore in the future?" Zhang Feng nodded. "More or less. I don't have much time to worry about so much. The matter of the phosphate fertilizer has not been settled yet. I have to deal with it first. Besides, as long as nothing goes wrong in this battle against Qiuzi, it will definitely succeed. What's there to worry about? My current experience is to set up this laboratory. When Li Gan and the others return from the battlefield, my laboratory will officially start." Li Yuan nodded, his eyes flashing. In his opinion, Zhang Feng's talent in military affairs was more terrifying than anything else. If this kid really put his heart and soul into one thing, then his achievements could not be limited. At this time, seeing this, the expressions of Yu Shinan and the others recovered slightly. This was what they wanted. This was what they wanted to see the most. Zhang Feng was indeed a talent, but what they wanted to see the most was that Zhang Feng could become a person who benefited one side, and not an accomplice who caused a massacre. This was not good for Zhang Feng. It was also not good for the position of the entire academy. After all, Zhang Feng was the soul of this academy. Once Zhang Feng chose a path, it was destined to make the students of the entire academy the same. Li Yuan did not expect Zhang Feng to be like this. He asked tentatively, "Now that these things have almost been manufactured, what else are you going to do?" Chapter 1606. Li Yuan asked what almost everyone wanted to ask, but the timing was not right before, so everyone did not ask. Now that the topic had reached this point, Naturally, everyone wanted to hear it, especially Yu Shurinan and the others. They knew that the old scholar had asked Zhang Feng to go, and they also discussed it before letting the old scholar go to Zhang Feng for a heart-to-heart talk. After all, the relationship between the old scholar and Zhang Feng, in the eyes of outsiders, was simply like that of a new father and son. At this time, seeing that Zhang Feng was asked about this matter, several people were also somewhat expectant. After all, just now, Zhang Feng had already handed over the matter of these firearms to the retired emperor. At this time, when he opened the laboratory again, several people were also very confused, not knowing what Zhang Feng wanted to do. However, Zhang Feng shook his head at this time and said, "I haven't thought about this matter for the time being, but one thing is certain, it is dynamics." Dynamics? Several people were dumbfounded. Yu Qigong scratched the beard on his chin and asked, "Is it the kind of hydrodynamics that you mentioned?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and said speechlessly, "We can't keep talking here, right? Don't you feel hot?" Hearing this, only then did everyone come to their senses and hurriedly went out of the cave with Zhang Feng. Once out of the cave, Alkinen had already placed a table of sumptuous wine and dishes on the spacious flat ground outside. Seeing this, Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. Now Zhang Feng only lacked 3 bowls of wine. Once these 3 bowls of wine were in his stomach, Zhang Feng would not be him anymore. And on the shelf next to the wine table, at this time, were the various samples of the produced weapons that they saw just now. At this time, Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. However, when he saw that everyone in the smelting workshop came out and looked at everyone with burning eyes, it seemed that it was very obvious that they wanted to wait for Zhang Feng's inspection. Zhang Feng was also not polite. They began to comment one by one. When Zhang Feng picked up the sword and waved it twice, Yu Qigong excitedly asked, "Feng Zi, you said that these things were given to the patriarch. It's not too much to ask for one now, right?" Zhang Feng stared blankly. He used the knife to point at Li Yuan and chuckled. "You'll have to ask the old man about this. These things are all his." Hearing this, Yu Qigong withered. Looking at the whip on Dugo's waist, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Just now, if he had been a little thick-skinned, he would have gotten nothing. However, there was no chance now. The eyes of Cheng Yaojin and Cheng Chumo darkened. How could Li Yuan not see their appearances? He snorted coldly with mild anger on his face. In an instant, these people became well-behaved. This was still under the situation of not knowing their identities. If they knew their identities in the future, wouldn't that Brad Zhang Feng make fun of them? A dignified general was actually moaning and groaning here for a little bit of foreign objects. What a scandal. Before the Battle of Chiotzi is over, no one is allowed to have these weapons. These are things that the imperial court wants. I'm afraid you don't want your heads anymore. Li Yuan's words contained a trace of threat, and within these words, everyone could even faintly smell a trace of the retired emperor's majesty. They couldn't help but tremble all over, and they hurriedly bowed. "We understand." Hearing that, only then did Li Yuan slowly nod his head. "If you want these things, go and ask Feng Zi. After all, these things will be brought down the mountain in the future. The old man does not care about what happens on the mountain, and neither can the imperial court. As long as you don't take them out to show off, there won't be any problem if nothing happens." Li Yuan's words instantly let everyone see a glimmer of hope. After all, these things were Zhang Feng's. Now, other than the emperor and the retired emperor, the only one who could use these things was Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu both looked at the long spear at the same time. They were so envious that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Cheng Yaojin was stunned for a long time. In the end, he only reacted when Cheng Yaojin kicked his knee. He looked over and saw that Cheng Yaojin was talking with Wei Zheng as if nothing had happened. At this time, he saw Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu's eyes, then looked at the Feng Ai and Yuchi brothers who were circling around the Dugo. His eyes rolled, and he hurriedly poured a big bowl of wine. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Feng Zi, you too, let's drink." Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep at this time. At this time, seeing such a big bowl of wine, how could he not know what Ching Chumo was thinking? His eyelids jumped and said, "Drinking wine is okay, but there needs to be a way, right?" This, Chinchimo was stunned and scratched his head. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Didn't you help us a lot today? You solved the biggest problem of the water wheel. Just for this, we have to drink a bowl." At this time, Wei Shuyu and the others also came back to their senses. They hurriedly picked up the wine bowl and imitated Chinchimo. They picked up the bowl and wanted to compete with Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng's scalp instantly went numb. If he drank this, wouldn't he kick the bucket? This was a pure grain wine with 45% alcohol content. If he really drank it, wouldn't it be a big problem? At this time, Li Yuan also advised with a smile, "Fengzi, it's rare that they have good intentions, and you drank it." Zhang Feng was instantly speechless. He wished he could slap his own mouth a few times. This matter, how did it become like this? Chapter 16:07. He couldn't drink the wine at this time. If he drank it, it would really kill him. Zhang Feng wouldn't dare to drink it even if he died. He could only wave his hand and say, "I'm not good at drinking. I'm not good at drinking. By the way, don't you want weapons? Tell me, when I'm free, I'll make it for you personally, okay?" Hearing that, even Yuchi Gong's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing that the two Yuchi brothers were a little dull, he was so angry that he directly kicked each of them. In an instant, the two staggered and fell into Zhang Feng's arms. It scared Zhang Feng. At this time, how could Zhang Feng not know that old Yu was anxious? He was a little speechless. "Okay, I'll agree to this. It's rare to be happy today. What do you want? I'll get it for you." "Ha, that's what I call a brother." Yuchi Gong laughed loudly and said, "Good brother, I don't want anything else. I just want this spear. Double the weight and make one for me. As for my two brats, you can do as you see fit." Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng had a headache. This spear was now 32 caddies and 7 tails. "So you still think it's light?" Although he was speechless, looking at the tens of thousands of wine in front of him, Zhang Feng still gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, this thing, as long as the grinding tool came out, it would be a piece of cake. "Say it, old Chun, what do you want?" Cheng Yaojin glanced at Li Yuan, then looked at Wei Zheng and the others. Seeing that they didn't speak, he said, "I want a big axe." Zhang Feng was confused. He asked, "What do you want an axe for? Chopping firewood?" Puffed. Yuchi Gong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he wanted to beat him. But he still said seriously, "I admire General Cheng Yaojin, so I want to get an axe to play with." Okay, this was a reason. Zhang Feng nodded. Zhang Feng naturally admired Cheng Yaojin, so it was natural for him to have fans. But history had different opinions about Cheng Yaojin. Furthermore, this battle axe had existed for thousands of years and had evolved into various models. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, then, is this axe a double-sided axe or a single-sided axe? Is it a long-handled axe or a single-handed axe? Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and said, "Anything is fine." "Ha ha ha, anything is fine. Look at my body, you should know what style I like." Zhang Feng was speechless, but this was for the best. Without a specific form, it would be much easier to operate. After that, Zhang Feng asked Wei Shiyu a few more questions. Wei Shiyu, Cheng Chimo, and Zhang Sun also talked about how Zhang Feng wanted to train them to become the ultimate soldier. Zhang Feng had no choice but to promise them that he would give them good armor and equipment from head to toe on another day. What Zhang Feng couldn't figure out the most was that Wei Zheng and the others actually came up and asked for weapons and bulletproof vests. This made Zhang Feng a little suspicious. Were these guys going to take these good things out and sell them on the black market? But since they were bragging, Zhang Feng could only bite the bullet and agree. Only then did everyone start drinking with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and left. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be emptied out. No one stopped him this time. They all persuaded Zhang Feng to quickly go back and rest. This made Zhang Feng once again feel emotional about the fickleness of human nature. Once Zhang Feng left, the faces of Li Yuan and the others instantly changed. A good wine party instantly became heavy. Li Yuan put down his wine cup and said in a heavy voice, "If there is any news about what happened here today, I will definitely not let any of you off. Do you understand?" In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They hurriedly got up and bowed, but were rejected by Li Yuan. Everyone understood this, especially Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin. At this time, the war was already imminent, and it was also the time when the secret agents of both sides were moving the most closely. At this time, Li Yuan and Li Shimin were wondering whether Shao Mountain's secret had been sent to Qiuzi, which made Tuli so difficult. Or maybe it was because of this Ho Junji matter. But the best way to deal with this matter was to erase all information here. Today, Li Yuan thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade Zhang Feng to give up the production of these weapons and equipment. But he didn't expect that Zhang Feng was born in the year of the dog. His sense of danger was always so sensitive. He didn't expect that he would actually agree. This made Li Yuan somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he also wanted to know what the old scholar said to Zhang Feng just now. But this was not important. What was important was that at this time, the matter had already happened, and these people had coaxed and pestered Zhang Feng to get so many things. Although he would definitely not give them to them for the time being, they would definitely get into their hands. These guys, none of them were easy to deal with. When they were drunk and pretended to be cool, once that thing was leaked, it would be an irreparable blow to the Tang dynasty. That was why Li Yuan was so cautious. But at this time, the more Li Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was too serious. He hurriedly got up, looked at everyone, and said, "Let's go back." Chapter 1608. Dong, dong, dong. The next morning, the morning bell rang. In an instant, Chang and city, which had been silent for the whole night, became lively again. The Ministry of Works was the most active. When the city gate opened, more than 100 people from the Ministry of Works and more than 50 large carts drove out of Chang and city. Those who knew about this knew that they were going to White Deer College in Shao Mountain to get something. And it was something important for the phosphate fertilizer factory. So early in the morning, the commoners didn't eat breakfast. Instead, they held their bowls and squatted at the door to watch the show. In the past, those who went out to walk their birds and dogs were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was huddled in a corner, watching the carriages leave the city. Outside the Tunghua Gate. At this moment, the moment the city gates opened, the sound of firecrackers louder than the morning bell rang through Chang and city. Everyone knew that today's big event was that the phosphate fertilizer factory was going to open. This also meant that this year's grain harvest was going to be bumper. This was the most important thing for every citizen. It was also the most exciting thing for them. Although they hadn't used the phosphate fertilizer yet, the people who got the malt by chance last time all carefully planted it in their homes like it was a treasure. Every morning and evening, they would go to see it. Under everyone's expectant gazes, this wheat sprout grew even more sturdy. In just a few days, it was already as long as a finger. The most important thing was that it was sturdy. It was as fat as the tip of a chopstick. How could the people not go crazy? The malt sprout had never disappeared in Chang and city. Every day after dinner, people would talk about it. This was the most exciting thing for them. And today, the phosphate fertilizer factory was finally going to officially open. How could the people of Chang and city not go crazy? Outside the Tunghua Gate, when the gate opened, a large number of people swarmed out. In such an anxious wait, 2 hours later, the ministers from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the other ministers who had just finished a morning meeting arrived one after another. In the small town outside Chang and city, no one knocked on Zheng Tufu's door anymore. At this time, the sky was only slightly bright. Almost everyone was at home feeding the pigs and carrying bags of pig feed in preparation for the day's sale. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Zheng Tufu was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly opened the door. Zheng Tufu was stunned when he saw the person at the door. The person who came was none other than Niu Weili, the old master of Chang'an County. Niu Weili went straight to the point and asked, "Old Zheng, Lao Li and the others asked me to ask you if you're selling this big fat pig? Today, Fengzi's phosphate fertilizer factory is operating. Lao Li and the others are preparing a banquet for everyone. Your pig is the staple food. You're saying that Fengzi did this?" Zheng Tufu naturally knew about the phosphate fertilizer factory. He also knew about what happened outside Tunghua Gate, but he never saw Zhang Feng's shadow. After asking around, he found out that these things were made by Lao Li and the others, and not Zhang Feng. But now that he heard it, Zheng Tufu was a little surprised. Niu Weili's expression was a little strange when he heard that. You're saying that this thing caused such a big commotion in Chang'an City. Who would dare to do this without Feng Zi's approval? When he said that, Zheng Tufu slapped his forehead in agitation and said, "We're not selling this pig." Niu Weili was anxious when he heard that. This was what Old Chun had personally told him last night. If he didn't do this well, he might be in trouble, because Old Chun had also sent a letter from his censorate. This, brother, Old Zheng, big brother Zheng, this is not up for discussion. This, just name a price. How much are you selling it for? Zheng Tufu still shook his head. Not selling. Niu Weili was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Hey, you idiot, this is an order from the higher-ups. They insisted on naming your pig. Do you know what this means? This means..." Before he could finish, Zheng Tufu's words almost choked him to death. Zheng Tufu said leisurely, "This pig is not for sale. In my courtyard, there are 15 big fat pigs of about 200 caddies. Just tell me how many you want. Do you want me to slaughter them for you here, or drag them to the phosphate fertilizer factory? I'll give them to you, but if you pay Lao Tzu won't sell even a strand of pig hair." Niu Weili was stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He asked in a daze, "What do you mean by this?" Zheng Tufu waved his hand and chuckled. "Look at me. If it weren't for Feng Zi, Zheng Tufu, would still be a butcher. All of this is thanks to Feng Zi, especially these pigs. If it weren't for Feng Zi's idea, if it weren't for him giving me a way to make money, do you think I would dare to dream of such a good job in my entire life?" Niu Weili smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He knew about this. After all, he was also a beneficiary back then. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, where would he have a few hundred mu of fertile land now? Where would he have those mansions in Chang'an City? Even if he worked as a county magistrate his whole life, he wouldn't be able to get it. Chapter 1609. Early in the morning. The people of Tonghui Lane were in an uproar. Early in the morning, the old village chief put on a new soapy robe that he had not worn for a long time. He stood on the street in high spirits, leaning on his walking stick and shouting. Beside him, Ma Xinliang was beating the gongs and drums with all his might. At this moment, the old village chief seemed to be 10 years younger. His back was not hunched and his eyes were not blurry. At this moment, he was already surrounded by a group of Chang and merchants. At this moment, the old village chief felt that in his 70s, Mr. Bo Shur had said that people were past their prime. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that life had just begun. It was exceptionally wonderful. At this moment, he had entered the peak of his life. Because today, the big banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of Longzhou Mountain was unexpectedly held by the people of Tonghui Lane. What was this? This was the emperor's favor. This was the emperor's favor to Tonghui Lane. This was a rare opportunity. If it was done well, then everyone in Tonghui Lane would become superior. They would no longer be lowly slaves. However, today, the old village chief knew early in the morning that the emperor would not come to the banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory. That lazy Feng Zi would not come either. After all, he was still sleeping at that time. When he thought of this, the old village chief was a little angry. However, what made him tremble with fear was that although the emperor would not come today, the people who came today were either rich or noble. There were also a large number of merchants and foreign businessmen from various prefectures. And today's staple food was a pig banquet that was held by the people of Tonghui Lane. Pork. Although this thing, after going through Zhang Feng's hands, was no longer the smelly and disgusting thing it was before. However, the reputation of this pork was not very good. In such an important occasion, the emperor actually ordered that they must eat pork. This made the old village chief especially cautious. If something went wrong, he would be, "Hee, don't say that I'm famous. If I don't get my head chopped off, then I'll thank the heavens." When he thought of this, the old village chief became even more anxious. Leaning on his walking stick, he shouted at Zhu Zi, who was shrinking his neck and rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Zhu Zi, Where are your parents? Are you still sleeping? Zhu Zi was shocked by the old village chief's words and almost didn't recognize that the person wearing a black gown was actually the old village chief. He muttered in shock, "You are the old village chief? How did you become younger?" Even though the old village chief's heart was as sweet as honey, he still shook his walking stick in mild anger and asked, "Where are your parents?" Only then did Zhu Zi react. He pointed in the direction of the tavern and said, "My father and mother are in the tavern. They said that if a big shot comes today, The old village chief's expression became anxious when he heard that and said, "Still packing up for what? What time is it now? Tell your parents to go to Chong, an hotel, and invite a chef, especially the braised ingredients. Don't forget." Zhu Zi shrank back, cheered, and ran away. The old village chief was so anxious that he ran around in circles. He sorted out the matter again and saw that the people of Tonghui Lane had all gone in the direction of Tonghui Gate. He still felt uneasy and was willing to spend money. He hired a carriage and hurriedly rushed to Shao Mountain. A moment later, the old village chief and Ma Xinliang appeared at the door of Zhang Feng's villa. He raised his walking stick and was about to knock on the door when Ma Xinliang hurriedly stopped him. "Old village chief, look at the time. If we knock on the door at this time, we will have to knock for 2 hours." The old village chief's expression also froze. He just remembered that Zhang Feng had a temper when he woke up. Once he lost his temper, let alone asking questions, he could do anything. However, he still felt unsafe if he didn't ask Zhang Feng about this matter. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. This old man knows that kid's temper very well. It won't be a big deal." As he spoke, the old village chief began his long journey of knocking on the door. After waiting for a full hour, little Chui went downstairs and opened the door in a daze. Before she could get angry, she saw that it was the old village chief and hurriedly asked, "Old village chief, why are you knocking on the door so early? The young master hasn't woken up yet." The old village chief glared at little Chui. When he turned around, he found that Ma Xinliang had already run away without him knowing. The old village chief was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Then he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory started work today. The factory is holding a big banquet today. Old man is here to ask if Feng Zi wants to go." While he was talking, the unwilling Zhang Feng was pushed downstairs by Jing Shu. "I say, old village chief, this is such a trivial matter. Do you have to wake me up before the sun has even risen? Isn't it just a big banquet? You can just do it." When the village chief saw Zhang Feng come downstairs, he hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to the side and said, "Feng Zi, I didn't mean to wake you up. Look, this is a big matter. Last night, the Ministry of Works personally sent a letter saying that the emperor personally gave the order for the old workers of Tonghui Fong to organize the banquet." Zhang Feng yawned and leaned against the wall in a daze. He lit a cigarette and said, "This is just a small matter. You can do it." The old village chief hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Logically speaking, it's really no problem to leave this matter to us. But the problem is that the emperor specifically said that he wants to have a pig banquet. You know how this pork is. Without your braising ingredients, it's nothing. Besides the nobles from the imperial palace, there's also a large number of famous clans from the various prefectures, as well as those merchants and envoys from outside the realm. If something goes wrong, won't we lose our reputation?" Before Zhang Feng could finish his yawn, he asked, "You said this is some kind of pork? I remember that there was no more pork there, right? This pig banquet." Chapter 16:10. Zhang Feng finally woke up from his drowsiness. Pigs. There were not many left on the deserted mountain. Even Tonghui Square, not many people had pigs. Even if they started buying last night, they would not be able to buy such a large quantity. The most important thing was, Zhang Feng had already expected that this matter would attract countless merchants, as well as foreign merchants. What was this? This was the result that Zhang Feng wanted. But at this time, was the emperor's head kicked by a donkey? Did he want to have a pig feast? Although pork was recognized by almost everyone in Chong, and it was all based on his reputation. What about other people in Chang'an? What did these people know? If something were to go wrong, then we might not even be able to keep our heads today, not to mention anything else. Seeing that the old village chief was hesitating, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Old village chief, don't tell me that you haven't settled the pig matter yet?" The old village chief shook his head and said, "The pig matter is settled. The key problem now is that this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. This is the first time in our Tang dynasty that something like this has happened in hundreds of years. If we mess it up, won't we regret it to death?" "Wait." Zhang Feng stopped the old village chief and asked, "This pig, it's Zheng Tufu's." Zhang Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. "What? You're saying that these pigs are Zheng Tufu's?" The old village chief looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and said, "So, you forgot about this matter?" Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He had not only forgotten about this matter, it was as if he had completely forgotten about it. If the old village chief had not mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about this matter. At this time, he remembered that it was indeed him who had asked Zheng Tufu and Ma Zhou to go down the mountain to do a side business, which was to push this breed of pig out for him. It seemed to have been 2 or 3 months. Logically speaking, this pig should have been out of commission. But the strange thing was that he did not receive any news about this matter. Instead, the emperor heard about it. What he did was simply, at this time, the old village chief said earnestly, "Feng Zi, you are the head of the family and the head of the hospital. Originally, you have the final say in these matters. However, you have a large family business and are also careless. If we don't help you a little, who knows if those black-hearted people will give you." Zhang Feng felt a headache as he listened to the old village chief's endless chatter. Zhang Feng remembered that he hadn't heard this kind of nagging for a long time. Ever since he went to university, he rarely heard it. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt that it was somewhat familiar and also somewhat heartwarming. This is what a family should be like, right? But there was no going back. The old village chief continued, "Originally, if you don't like listening to this old man's nagging, you can just say it. We won't talk anymore." Zhang Feng grabbed the old village chief and invited him to sit down in the central room. Then, he glared at little Chui and said, "Don't you have any eyesight? Hurry up and serve the old village chief some tea." Little Chui pouted her lips so hard that one could hang a pot on it. The old village chief was flattered and waved his hand. "No, no, no. That, Feng Zi, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. The people who came this time are all nobles and officials. There are even nobles from the imperial palace. These people are all people who can control our life and death with a stomp of their feet. Although you're the dean now, we still have to make friends with these people, right? So, no matter what the reason is, we have to properly talk about this matter today. If something goes wrong today, it will be a big deal. We will lose face in front of the foreign barbarians. This is not good for our business. This pork isn't anything good to begin with. If something goes wrong, or if it isn't handled properly, logically speaking, this meat needs to be marinated for an entire night before the smell can be absorbed and the stench can be removed. However, there isn't enough time now, so I'm still a little worried about this pork." When Zhang Feng heard this, he finally understood what the old village chief was worried about. He was worried that the smell of the pork would provoke public anger. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. After comforting the old village chief, he said word by word, "Old village chief, what you said is not without reason. This banquet will have a great impact on the reputation of our academy and our business in the future. The emperor allowed us to host this time, which means that the emperor trusts us." When the old village chief heard this, his expression became even more anxious. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and calmed the old village chief. "Don't be anxious. Let me finish." Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, "Do you still remember those craftsmen I found?" When he said this, the old village chief instantly remembered that when Zhang Feng really did let Lao Li's son go to the imperial palace to find an old eunuch called Old Gao. Now, if anyone dared to call him Eunuch Gao, that old fellow would fight with his life. But later, Old Gao lived in the Grey House. That was the first house on the mountain. After that, the braised meat and food factory appeared. Then, the pigs on the mountain disappeared. Even Zheng Tufu's entire family had disappeared. Could it be, did they go out to cause trouble? Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Feng continued, "Don't worry about this for now. In short, just remember this. For this banquet, Just do as you normally do. Also, there won't be any fishy smell. In short, as long as this banquet is done well, the old and young of Tong, Hui Fong will be able to earn a lot of money. Earn a lot of money. At this moment, this was the only thing left in the old village chief's mind. He did not think that Zhang Feng would actually say this. At this moment, even if he had a stomach full of worries and words, he was shocked by these 3 words and swallowed them back down. His face that was full of worries instantly turned from worry to joy. Suddenly, it became a face full of excitement and joy. Then this old man will go back to work. You continue. When this old man returns, this old man will personally host the banquet for the young master. As he spoke, the old village chief ignored Zhang Feng's ugly face and ran away. Chapter 16:11. He didn't ask Zhang Feng for details. There was no need to ask. When it came to making money, they were all younger brothers. In short, Zhang Feng was right. If Feng Zi said that they could make money, then they would definitely make money. In terms of making money and doing business, the old village chief admired him very much. Because at this moment, the smile on Ma Xinliang's face, which was full of booklets, didn't disappear at all. When the two of them hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed all the way into Chong, and the old village chief slapped his forehead and said, I have to hurry to Zhang Tufu's place to take a look. If something happens to this kid, No, Xiaoma. Let's go to Zhang Tufu's place to help. Ma Xinliang was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the old village chief's nagging. He said, No, we have to invite a few more people. Let's go together. All right, Xiaoma. Do you know where Zhang Tufu is? About the banquet. In fact, Zhang Feng understood that this was because of the emperor's property. More importantly, it was because of the arms business. Yesterday, he just handed the matter over to Lao Li and the others. Last night, an imperial edict came and handed over the banquet to them. What did this mean? This meant that the emperor didn't want to owe him a favor. This made Zhang Feng very depressed. Was it so difficult for Lao Su to make him owe him a favor? However, it was useless to think too much at this time. Who was the emperor? How could that brain of his not know Zhang Feng's plan? Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to directly hand over an imperial edict to a first-rank official? However, just as Zhang Feng had guessed, the emperor was so smart that he would not see him before he solved the problem of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Just as the old man and Yu Shernan said, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. This is His Majesty protecting us from being noticed by others. He's protecting us. Zhang Feng didn't know whether he should thank Huang or curse this fatuous ruler for being blind. However, Zhang Feng only dared to think about these things in his heart. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Feng Zi, why don't we join the fun? Just take it as a farewell for me? At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice sounded from outside the door. Li Chengqian was still wearing a pure white robe. Although the weather wasn't hot, there was still a trace of coldness in the early morning. However, he was still waving his fan pretentiously. Little Cui who was standing at the door, was mesmerized by him. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pulled little Cui-er's braid and said, Wipe your saliva. Hearing this, Xiao Cui-er exclaimed and ran upstairs to find Zhang Yuyao with a blushing face. At this moment, Zhang Feng stared at Li Chengqian speechlessly and said, When will you change your pretentious style? I'll call you brother, okay? Look at you. I'm wondering if I should open a fan stall. What the hell did you do to the atmosphere of the academy? Li Chengqian shrunk his neck and hurriedly put away his fan. He chuckled and entered Zhang Feng's villa. Minding his own business, he drank the cup of hot tea that the old village chief didn't drink just now and said, Today, there are many high officials and noble people, as well as those beautiful young ladies from the capital, coming. I heard that they all know that although you have 3 daughters, you are unmarried, so they all want to see your peerless beauty. How about we go together? Zhang Feng was a little confused. He pointed at his own nose and said, Me? Just me? However, the next moment, Zhang Feng looked around and asked, Are you sure? Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and chuckled. He didn't say anything. Tai Niu and the others are ready. Ma Zhou, Hao Chu Jun, and the others are also ready. They are practicing the dance under De Bing's guidance. They are ready to shine today. Zhang Feng took the fan from Li Chengqian's belt and knocked on Li Chengqian's head. He said, "Instead of studying, you think about those useless things all day long? Although the girls are beautiful, what does that have to do with you? Today, this dean will naturally go, but you're leaving tomorrow. Don't you have to get along well with your brothers?" This, Li Changxian was instantly stunned. But under the signal of Zhang Feng's eyes, he suddenly turned his head and found that Jing Shu had quietly stood behind him with 2 bowls of steaming hot food in her hands. Li Chengxian was so scared that he hurriedly got up and maintained his poise. He straightened his body and said, "Greetings, mistress." Jing Shu's expressionless face instantly turned red. She looked at Zhang Feng with some panic. Seeing this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Go back and pack up. When I come back tonight, I will give you a set of clothes to ensure your safety in Xiaozi." While they were talking, Zhang Feng got up and pushed Li Chengxian out of the room. When they were leaving, Zhang Feng glared at Li Chengxian and said with a face full of warning, "How dare you speak nonsense to Lao Tzu? Do you believe that Lao Tzu won't give you anything when you leave this time?" Chapter 16:12. Young Master, are you going to the phosphate fertilizer factory? At this moment, Jing Shu asked indifferently and coldly. He actually started to eat and drink the steaming hot nutritious porridge without a care in the world. Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He coughed and said, "It's not a phosphate fertilizer factory. It's a big... I also heard that many daughters of rich families and all the young ladies in the city will go there to have a look." This time, Zhang Feng was speechless. He hurriedly said, "Well, who am I? Zhang Feng? I'm a gentleman. How can I do such a vulgar thing? Besides, today is also a big event for us. It's not good if we don't show up today." And Zhang Feng explained a lot, but what he got was Jing Shu's gentle smile. "This is your business. If you want to take a concubine, I have to congratulate you." Zhang Feng choked on the words in his stomach. Looking at Jing Shu's elegant back as she walked up the stairs, she suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was in a sea of people, but he still felt lonely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood up alone and hugged Jing Shu. "Shu, you have to believe me. How can I, Zhang Feng, be able to be favored by you and the 3 of you? This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Then don't you want to explain who the woman in the courtyard is?" In an instant, only then did Zhang Feng remember what old Yu had said yesterday. It seemed that the Zhang family's side relative in Phoenix Ridge, who was also his cousin, came to find him. At first, he thought that old Yu was using this as an excuse. But now he knew when he saw Jing Shu. He instantly felt that things might not be so simple. He hurriedly asked, "How did you know?" Jing Shu was carried into the bedroom by Zhang Feng. Then he held Jing Shu's shoulders and held her cheeks. No wonder Jing Shu didn't let him touch her last night. Zhang Yuyao also ignored him. At this time, Zhang Feng finally understood the whole story. Jing Shu struggled for a while and begged for mercy while panting. Then, she looked into Zhang Feng's eyes. In an instant, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes, and she said, "Yesterday, someone from my family came and said that a Miss Zhang came with your marriage certificate and said that she wanted to fulfill the marriage contract with you. Now, almost everyone knows about this." Buzz! Zhang Feng's head instantly exploded. Damn it, what did this mean? I just randomly made up an address, and I was accidentally given an identity. I'm very lucky that the whole family died in the mountain flood. But this time, where the hell did this marriage contract come from? Zhang Feng was going crazy. He saw that there were 2 lines of tears in Jing Shu's eyes. Zhang Feng's heart melted. He hurriedly wiped Jing Shu's tears and said, "Okay, don't cry. Let's not cry, okay? I swear to God that I don't know anything about this marriage. If I remember a little, I will tell you clearly." "Oh, right." Zhang Feng patted his forehead and pointed to the door. He said, "This may be the idea of those people. Do you remember the Qian Wanli incident? And the incident in the underground palace of Chong, and last time? Both times, it was your husband who exposed their schemes. Mother Kerr, this group of people is really capable. They actually want to play such a vicious trick on us from the inside. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At this time, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Jingshu looked at him with a puzzled face. She asked in disbelief, "You really don't know about this?" Zhang Feng repeatedly waved his hand and said, "I swear to God, if I know about this, Zhang Feng, will meet God." Without waiting for him to finish, Jingshu's cold little hands blocked his mouth. She hurriedly pressed Zhang Feng in her arms and said, "I believe you. I believe you. Young master, don't say any more." Zhang Feng was not going to accept it. There must be something fishy about this matter. Otherwise, damn it, how could there be such a coincidence? Today was the phosphate fertilizer factory banquet, and yesterday this thing happened. It was obvious that they were here to ruin his reputation. Truly, if this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Sure, you don't have to care about this matter anymore. If I don't get to the bottom of this matter, I, Zhang Feng, will write my name upside down. While speaking, Zhang Feng could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. Really, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Quick, damn it, copy it. This is the Dean's golden words. My God, it's really wonderful. The tallest tree in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Beautiful. It's really too beautiful. Just after Zhang Feng finished sighing, Zhang Feng faintly heard a burst of whispers downstairs. Zhang Feng could not help but be dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he reacted. When he reacted and opened the door to take a look downstairs, he was instantly furious. He saw that downstairs were densely packed with groups of students. At this time, they were savoring the words that Zhang Feng had just said and also crazily copying at the same time. Zhang Feng was so angry. He even had the intention to kill someone. He shouted angrily downstairs, "All of you, get the hell out of Lao Tzu's way. Sundisheng, remember Lao Tzu. Every one of you here will be soaking in the lake for Lao Tzu tonight. Lao Tzu let you peek, let you get excited." Chapter 16:13. The matters of the banquet were all left to the people of Tonghui Fong. However, most of the matters were handled by Old He's wife, and Zhu Zi's parents. The old village chief, on the other hand, hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed out of the city. Although the carriage was expensive, the old village chief did not lack money because of the noise on the mountain. Moreover, this matter concerned the reputation of Tonghui Fong in the future. And this pig was the main dish of this banquet. If he was not sure that this pig really had no smell, why would he be in such a hurry? However, on the official road, the old village chief faintly heard the roar of the pig. He secretly laughed at himself. Now he was hallucinating, and in the hallucination, it was the sound of the pig. Oh my God, is this a F*** pig? Old Jung, this thing you're pulling, is it a pig? At this moment, the old village chief only reacted when the driver of the carriage exclaimed. He opened the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. Instantly, his eyes widened. At this moment, Zheng Tofu, his wife, and his son were all wearing brand new clothes. They were pulling a carriage, but there was a big fat pig in a cage on the carriage. Behind this carriage, there were several other carriages, and there was no end in sight. These carriages were all loaded with fat pigs that were whining and groaning. The people pulling the carriages were all wearing the uniforms of the county government. On the side, the old master of Chong in county government, Nyo Wei, was pushing the carriage. His official hat was tilted to one side. Seeing the driver shouting, Zheng Tufu wiped the sweat on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the old village chief. He said in surprise, "Oh, isn't this old son? What's the matter? Why are you still caring about the carriage?" How could the old village chief have the time to talk nonsense with him? He asked anxiously, "I'm asking you, these pigs, are they Feng Zi's toys?" Zheng Tufu wiped his sweat and proudly patted the carriage. "That's right, Old village chief, you didn't expect this, right? These 10 pigs are the first batch of piglets born on our mountain. They're not even a month old, and they're already so big. Where did you go to find them? How could you find them? Let's not talk nonsense, okay? What time is it now? Who will be responsible if the banquet is delayed?" Neo Whaley urged impatiently. When the old village chief heard this, he realized that this wasn't the time to brag. He quickly jumped off the carriage and gave the coachman some money. He said, "Brother, please return to the city quickly. Tell Tong Hui Fong about this and ask them to help me." On the other side, outside the Tonghua Gate, Old Ho called out to the people in Tong Hui Fong to pick vegetables, chop firewood, and cook the braised food. Looking at the endless stream of people, he became even more anxious. The sun was slowly rising over the Taihang Mountains, not far away from them. On the Dragon Head Mountain behind him, sound of hammering could be heard faintly. Apart from a few large houses, there was only a large empty field in the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. There was also a small canal in the middle of the field and two large water troughs on both sides of the canal. No one knew what they were for. At the same time, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Censorate, and other big shots had all arrived. They were sitting in a place that had been prepared beforehand. They were looking at a large water wheel that was slowly being set up in the valley not far away. "Quick, quick, 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 everyone move." In the midst of a loud roar, Chun Tiniu was sweating profusely as he hurried over. After looking around, he asked, "Old Ho, have you seen Feng Zi?" Old Ho's expression froze. "I didn't hear that Feng Zi was coming." "Oh." Chen Shimo was surprised. He didn't say anything. He picked up the ladle, drank a large spoonful of water, and ran away in a hurry. Then, from the back of the mountain came a louder roar. Looking at these people, Old Ho became even more anxious. He didn't care about these things and couldn't manage them. The only thing he could manage today was to serve these officials a sumptuous meal at noon. That's right. But the key point was, until now, that pig was nowhere to be found. How could this not make him anxious? Without the pig, how could he cook? Compared to the anxiety of Old Ho and the others, that was Li Xiaogong. Today's event was so big that the emperor would naturally come. But he didn't come as the emperor, but as Lao Li. Li Xiaogong didn't know what the emperor was up to. But if there was a slight mistake today, then, but until now, the water well hadn't been set up, let alone the production of phosphate fertilizer. How could this not make Li Xiaogong anxious? But at this time, things were going on. He could only calm down and wait quietly. At this time, a voice made Li Xiaogong's heart sink. Not far away, there was a sudden announcement at the gate of the phosphate fertilizer factory. "Mr. Chui Fengjun Yushan from the Chui family in Shandong is here." Hearing this voice, Li Xiaogong and everyone else's heart couldn't help but sink. Was he here to make trouble? Chapter 16:14. Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted because of the poetry competition with Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It was also because of him that Zhang Feng became famous. Zhang Feng even used a miraculous treatment to save Mr. Yushan from the brink of death. After that, Mr. Yushan disappeared without a trace. There was no news about him. However, who would have thought that this old man would appear at this time? This made the crowd involuntarily look at the Tonghua Gate not far away. Everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of expectation. After all, among these two people, one was a literary titan, and the other was the youngest and most legendary Confucian. However, this time, the four great Confucians were not present. Only Li Xiaogong was present. He did not know what kind of impression this person's arrival would make on the opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory, nor did he know the purpose of this person's arrival. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and led the officials from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Personnel to welcome him as usual. "So, it's Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan." Student greets Mr. Yushan. Amidst the crowd's compliments, Mr. Yushan walked out of the sedan shakily, accompanied by a woman. When the crowd saw this woman, their minds instantly stopped working. This woman's appearance was simply indescribable. Although she was covered with a green veil, her pair of red lips and the fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy as soon as she appeared made everyone unable to help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people present had all seen their fair share of women. For example, at the last Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Jing Shu, who played the Ocean's Roar with Zhang Feng, Yu who had seductive eyes, and Zhang Yuyao, who was a pretty girl from a humble family. Any one of these girls was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. But this girl, she wore a light green dress and had a graceful figure. She had the charm of Yu the coldness of Jingshu, and the pretty daughter of a humble family, like Zhang Yuyao. Such a person, he was simply a monster in the human world. If another eccentric came along, then Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, everyone had a strange look on their faces. He looked forward to Zhang Feng's arrival even more. After Mr. Yushan got off the carriage, he cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "So it's your highness, this old man greets you." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong hurriedly asked, "Dare I ask Mr. Yushan, this woman, oh, Ying, come and greet the lords." As he spoke, Mr. Yushan shook his head and sighed. This is the old man's granddaughter. She has been spoiled by the old man since she was young and has no sense of propriety. Everyone exclaimed that they didn't dare to accept it. Right at this moment, Cui Ying hastily stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "My daughter, Cui Ying, greets all of you." Li Xiaogong was stunned. This was even more alluring than that sleep-talking voice. If that was the case, cough cough. Amidst Master Yushan's mild and angry coughs, everyone came to their senses. Before they could react, they saw Li Chengxian energetically urging his horse to charge in. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Li Xiaogong didn't expect the crown prince to arrive so anxiously. Although the crown prince had put on makeup and almost no one could recognize him, his expression and actions, Li Xiaogong hastily stepped forward and scolded, "How dare you? Quickly get off your horse." Li Chengxian was originally here to deliver a message, but he didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman. So he slapped the horses, but in a moment of carelessness. In the end, that was how this happened. Under Li Xiaogong's scolding, Li Chengxian finally reacted and tightened his grip on the horse's reins to stop it. Then, he hurriedly got off his horse and apologized to Mr. Yushan. "I'm Li Chengxian. I didn't know it was Mr. Yushan and disturbed you. Please forgive me. You're from White Deer College." Mr. Yushan ignored Li Chengxian. After all, Li Chengxian had put on makeup. Even if someone recognized him, they wouldn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Li Chengxian hastily bowed and said elegantly, "I'm from White Deer College. My master is Mr. He Xian." Mr. Yushan asked. His eyes lit up. "Then, will your master be here today?" Li Chengxian secretly glanced at Cui Ying. Seeing that Cui Ying was staring at him, he hurriedly said, "My master is on the way here. When he heard of your arrival, he specially sent his student to welcome you." Not bad." Mr. Yushan nodded and went to the viewing area with Li Xiaogong and the rest. Cui Ying glanced at Li Chengxian curiously and gave him a strange look. Then, she followed Mr. Yushan. But when he glanced back, Li Chengxian's heart was bursting with joy. How could Li Xiaogong not see through Li Chengxian's thoughts? He asked with a heavy expression, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Only then did Li Chengxian realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, "It's like this. Iron Bull and the rest encountered a problem. They said that the water wheel couldn't be lifted. Fengzi told me to quickly come and settle it." Chapter 16:15. Li Chengxian was right. Just 2 hours ago. Originally, the water wheel was already prepared. It could be said that the water wheel had been delivered to the mountain before the morning bell rang. However, due to the terrain, it was extremely difficult to install the water wheel at this time. Especially when they were on the mountain, the surroundings were relatively flat, so it was relatively easy to build it. However, it was different here. They were on top of a cliff and there were rapids, so they could not build it. However, in the end, someone came up with an idea. They first assembled the water wheel and then hung it up. However, that was the problem. It could not accommodate so many people. Now it was almost time. At this time, even Ma Zhou and the others were at their wits' end. Everyone stared at the water wheel in a daze. In the end, they quietly sent someone to the mountain for help. When Zhang Feng learned of this, he scolded everyone and then told Li Chengxian a solution. Only then did Li Chengxian quickly come to help. At this time, all the officials and the nobles were on their way. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to handle. At that time, even if they did not commit dereliction of duty, the emperor would be furious. It would be embarrassing. That was the most important thing. Hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Xiaogong looked behind him in surprise. He could vaguely see the scene behind him and could not help but feel anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with it. When Lao Li and the others come and see it, do you think this will end up like this? Li Chengqian was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped towards the mountain again. At this time, Lu Hongwan and Ouyang Kai from the Imperial College and Hong Wenguan also arrived with congratulatory gifts. At this moment, the commoners also slowly gathered around. Li Xiaogong looked behind him and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Please don't let anything go wrong. Lord Li, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Ouyang Kai looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. Li Xiaogong laughed and then returned to his normal state. He invited everyone to enter the viewing platform one after another. The entire viewing platform was set up in the phosphate fertilizer factory near the Tonghua Gate. Not only could he have a panoramic view of the entire phosphate fertilizer factory, but he could also clearly see the operation of the test bench directly above. There were less than 300 seats on the viewing platform, and more than half of them were already occupied. At this moment, as Li Chengqian entered the mountain, everyone seemed to be able to faintly sense that something was amiss. They could not help but look towards the depths of the mountain. Lord Li, did something happen in the mountains? Mr. Yushan narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Chengqian enter the mountain, as well as Li Xiaogong's gaze. Li Xiaogong laughed dryly and said, "How could that be? It's just that one of the components hasn't arrived yet. That's why he sent it over carelessly." "Oh," Sir Yushan pondered and then said, "Since there are still a few hours, why don't we go inside and take a look? I've long heard that Sir Hsien is not only outstanding in Confucianism, but also in other aspects. I heard that this set of things was created by him. The old man wants to go in and take a look. What do you think, Lord Li?" In an instant, Li Xiaogong's smile froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. From time to time, he heard some discussions behind him. Li Xiaogong gritted his teeth and said, "Since Sir Yushan wants to go in and take a look, then fine. Would everyone like to go in and take a look? Since this matter could not be avoided, why not start it now? Hopefully, Zhang Feng could solve the problem this time. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. Sir Yushan must have come with ill intentions this time. Since Princely invited us, let's all go and take a look." Ouyang Kai and the others could not sit still. He had heard about the things on the mountain before, especially the water wheel that surrounded the entire residential area, and then entered Hubo. It seemed to be prepared for this moment. How could he not want to have this kind of thing? Now that Sir Yushan said so, how could they sit still? They all stood up and responded. Li Xiaogong had no choice but to let someone go ahead and tell Li Chengqian and the others. Then, he slowly distributed the masks to each person and explained the magic and use of the masks. In an instant, everyone looked at the mountain with even more anticipation. The passion in their eyes could not be hidden. On the mountain, when Li Chengqian arrived, Cheng Chumo and the others looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They immediately pulled Li Chengqian up. "You're finally here. How is it, Fengzi? Do you have any instructions?" "This thing. Now there's only one step left, and that's it." Li Chengqian waved his hand, took out his fan, and waved it twice. Then he raised his head to look at the curtain directly above, as well as the 4 trembling wooden piles that had fallen into the water below the waterfall. Only then did he say, Fengzi didn't mention a specific method, only a principle. When everyone heard this, their eyes could not help but widen. However, after waiting for a long time and not hearing Li Chengqian speak, Cheng Chumo was instantly furious. He grabbed Li Chengqian's collar and roared, "Say it! Cough, cough, I will say it! Let go of me!" When Chen Chumo let go, Li Chengqian pointed at a mountain wall not far away and said, "The principle of the lever is to set up a pole here, and it can be easily solved." Chapter 16:16. The principle of leverage? They had never heard of it before. When they heard Li Chengqian's voice, they were all stunned. Even the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works who were in charge of the construction were dumbfounded. They knew what leverage was. Wasn't that what stonemasons used to carve stones? The base of the water well had already been installed. All that was left was to erect the main body and set it up. But how much leverage did one need to use to do that? Moreover, they were currently standing on the edge of a cliff. The water from the mountain would naturally flow down to the edge of the cliff. This was also the only place where the water wheel could start moving. It was also Zhang Feng who had set the location of the water wheel here when he found out about this. Most importantly, Zhang Feng had not even come to take a look. In this place, there was only the position of the water wheel and the flat fracture where everyone was standing. It would be difficult for 30 people to stand here. To use leverage, it was simply impossible. Li Chengqian's mind was filled with the image of the girl just now. He could not help but recall the smile she had just given him. At this moment, Zhang Sun and the others saw the sinister smile on Li Chengqian's face. They were so angry that they were trembling all over. But there was nothing they could do. He was the crown prince. Besides, he was the only one who had a solution. If they could not think of a solution, they could only wait to make a fool of themselves. Oh no, Lord Li and the others are going up the mountain. At this moment, Li Ji could not help but exclaim when he saw the people at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, everyone was shocked. At this time, these people were going up the mountain. Were they King looking for excitement? Li Chengqian, say something. What should we do? Leverage. Feng Zi is right. How can we use leverage here? Don't tell me we have to split the mountain open. Damn it, if you're spacing out and showing such an idiotic expression, I'll beat you up. Amidst a group of angry curses, Li Chengqian finally reacted. He looked down the mountain and lost his composure. Damn it, it must be that Mr. Yushan. He hurriedly said in a fluster. This must be Mr. Yushan's rotten idea. When Ma Zhou and the rest heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were all shocked. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He hurriedly asked, then what are you waiting for? When they come, are we really going to make a fool of ourselves? Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and Du Go were the most anxious. They had spent a lot of time and effort and spent countless beautiful nights to make this thing. Originally, they were here to show off, but if they were seen as a joke by others, they would be beaten up when they went back. That was not all. When the emperor found out about it, he was destined to be flogged. In an instant, their faces were as ugly as if their fathers had just died. All of them glared at Li Chengqian with red eyes. Brother Gon, if you don't hurry up and get us out of here today, I'll beat you up in front of all these people. Do you believe me when I say that? This time, even Du Go patted the whip wrapped around his waist without any loyalty. Li Chengqian felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly said, Hee, what are you doing? Wasn't I just thinking about how to get this thing? Come, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chop a few thin and long pieces of wood. When he said this, although the rest didn't understand, they quickly went to do it. There was no other way. Only Li Chengqian had a way. They could not listen. Moreover, when they were in the limelight, they made a fool of themselves first. Damn it, how could they show off? They had lost a lot of face. Fortunately, these people were walking extremely slowly. It seemed that Li Shaogong was deliberately stalling for time. Even so, they could only delay for an hour at most. Half an hour later, these people would be able to reach their destination even if they were stepping on ants. There were more than 30 people. This didn't include Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, Cheng Chumo, and the others. These 30 people from the Ministry of Works didn't hesitate. After they received Li Chengqian's order, they didn't care if it was right or wrong. They all went into the nearby forest and found a tree with air but sticking out. Li Chengqian also knew that this wasn't the time to let his emotions affect his decisions. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped thinking about it, especially when he thought about the equipment that Zhang Feng had prepared for him. He felt his blood boil. When he came back to his senses, Li Chengqian looked around and then pointed at Chen Chumo. Tanyo, don't just stand there. Go chop down that tree. Chen Chumo looked in the direction of Li Chengqian's finger. Instantly, his eyes widened. At the bottom of the call beside them was a chestnut tree as thick as a wash basin. This tree, it was famous for being heavy. It was so big. What was it used for? He couldn't help but ask angrily, why don't you do it yourself? Are you acting like a monkey? Such a big tree. People are already here to chop it down. Chapter 16-17. However, Chun Chumo compromised in the end. Along with Wei Shuyu and the rest, he watched angrily as Big Axe started chopping trees. It seemed like he was angry or impatient. At this moment, the sound of trees being chopped could be heard everywhere on the mountain. When Li Xiaogong and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Chopping trees at this time, didn't that mean that there was really a problem with this matter? Li Xiaogong pondered for a while. Then, he turned to Mr. Yushan and said, "Mister, there's a big construction project going on in the mountain. Let's walk slowly." Mr. Yushan asked curiously, "Didn't they say that the phosphate fertilizer factory would be completed today? How come this old man only saw this water wheel without a primer? If that's the case, doesn't this water will have some great function?" Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Chui Yingying asked crisply, "I've long heard that President Zhang of White Deer College dabbled in all kinds of things. Recently, I heard that White Deer College has more water wheels. Even the passageways and houses are quite magical. However, this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. We're here today for phosphate fertilizer. This is a great thing that benefits the common people, but Yingying, don't be impudent." Mr. Yushan frowned and reprimanded her. Chui Yingying turned her eyes and bowed. "Uncle Li, I don't know the depth of the matter. Please forgive me." Li Xiaogong's eyelids twitched. This woman looked weak, but she wasn't simple at all. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and smiled faintly. "Miss Chui, you're right. Old man has personally seen President Zhang or Mr. Hsien doing experiments on this water wheel. This water wheel was designed to increase efficiency. As long as it's set up, it can produce at least 500 stones of phosphate fertilizer in a day." 500 stones? So much? Everyone was horrified. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about the windmill. Instead, he wanted to see how the watermill operated after it was built. On the other side, Li Shimin received a message the moment he stepped out of Tunghua Gate. That means Mr. Yushan is here. Moreover, there was another important matter. Something seemed to have gone wrong with the water wheel, and now Master Yushan was leading people up the mountain. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He asked indifferently, "Is there any movement from White Deer Academy?" Little Geezy whispered, "Just now, eldest young master went to the phosphate fertilizer factory. He seemed to have thought of something." It was also because of eldest young master's arrival that Mr. Yushan discovered some clues. Bastard! Li Shimin was slightly angered. Mr. Yushan didn't just represent the Confucian school. He also represented the Shandong province, as well as the 5 clans and 7 clans. He must have come here with a purpose. He didn't even have the foresight to praise him for growing up. Now, it seems that he still needs a train. Originally, the matter of the crown prince in front of the emperor had caused a lot of criticism in the court. Li Shimin also regretted it. However, after today's matter, Li Shimin was even more eager to let Li Chengxian go to the battlefield to gain experience. Otherwise, if he couldn't see the situation clearly, he would cause trouble in the future. And Li Shimin also knew that today's phosphate fertilizer factory was related to the 5 surnames and 7 major clans, as well as Guanlong, as well as a kind of subtle connection with the foreign lands. Once the slightest mishap occurred, then everything could only be forgotten. Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked, "Then has Feng Zi made a move?" "He has, but he will probably be back in 2 hours." When Li Shimin heard this, only then did he calm down. Mr. Yushan's arrival was naturally for Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng could come this time, then this matter was almost certain. At least for the time being, there wouldn't be any major movements in Shandong province. At least, they also wanted to confirm one thing. As Zhang Feng said, under the same interests, everything could be discussed. And this phosphate fertilizer was the link. Once it was reached, then they wouldn't be entangled in the previous matter. This was the time that the Tang dynasty needed now. Once the Tang dynasty was replaced, then all the problems would be no longer a concern. The only thing that Li Shimin was worried about was the effect of the phosphate fertilizer and what kind of mishap had happened in the mountain today. Once this mishap was too big, then otherwise why would Mr. Yushan doubt to go up the mountain? At this time, Li Shimin could only pray to God that this matter was a small problem. Otherwise, when the time came, there would be a lot of trouble. Then, he could only take the last step. And now, the negotiations in Shenzhou were in a state of anxiety. And Tuli actually knew about the phosphate fertilizer from who knows where. Li Shimin spent a lot of manpower to find out about today's phosphate fertilizer factory. Tuli's men came to get the phosphate fertilizer. Originally, Li Shimin didn't want to come. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose his identity. On the other hand, he was worried that there would be a problem with the deployment of the phosphate fertilizer factory. From Shenzhou to Mount Longzhou, spies had surrounded all the places. Their purpose was to find the hidden Turks among the merchants. Although he didn't know whether these Turks were here to compete or rob, they were like rat shit, which made him very uncomfortable. Li Shimin let out a long sigh. He stretched out his hand from the palanquin and gestured for Yuchi Gong and the others to disperse. Only then did he say faintly, "Today, please don't make any mistakes." Chapter 16:18. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. As Li Xiao Gong and the others slowly approached, they could faintly hear the sounds of laughter. Faintly looking over, one could see that on both sides of the small stream that had fallen down, there were 4 or 5 strong men. They were balancing on both ends of the stream as they slowly lifted up a thick piece of wood. This scene couldn't help but make everyone extremely curious. At this time, why did they make such a thing here? And on this piece of wood, there was actually a long piece of wood hanging down in the center of this horizontal piece of wood. And just when everyone was feeling incredulous, they saw that those men had fixed the horizontal piece of wood on both sides of the cliff directly above the water wheel, in the 2 grooves that had just been dug out. At this time, there were still people pointing at it. And below, someone was even connecting the pieces of wood with ropes, then hanging one end and tying the other side. This time, not only was Mr. Yushan stunned, the masters of the Ministry of Works and Li Xiaogong were all stunned. What were they doing? "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Mr. Yushan asked. How would Li Xiaogong know what was going on? He said, "Why don't we go up first and let them tell us?" Li Xiaogong knew that this must be Zhang Feng's trick. At this time, it was simply nonsense to ask the people of the Ministry of Works. It was better to go up and ask. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan hurriedly let Shui Yingying help him and hurriedly climbed up. In a moment, everyone had already arrived at this cliff. Once they were here, they could see how big the water wheel was. It was even bigger than a house. This thing could stand up. When Li Chengxian and the others saw Mr. Yushan arrive, they hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yushan." Chen Chumo and the others also hurriedly bowed. Mr. Yushan waved his hand, pointed to the wooden frame that was shaped into a plus sign, and asked, "What are you doing? Can we get the water wheel up like this?" Li Chengxian glanced at Shui Yingying and smiled elegantly. Instantly, Shui Yingying's face turned red. She hid behind Sir Yushan and avoided the topic. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and the others finally understood why Li Chengxian looked as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, they were all looking at Shui Yingying with their mouths wide open. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he could not help but snort coldly. In an instant, Li Chengxian finally reacted. He hastily took out a blueprint from his bosom and handed it to Mr. Yushan. "Mr. Yushan, please take a look. This is what my teacher gave to his student today. This thing is a little narrow at the bottom, so it's not easy to install and construct. In addition, the power of the torrent is unbearable. Last night, a lot of it was destroyed by the torrent, so I thought of this idea today." Li Xiaogong couldn't help but step forward to take a look. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is the principle of leverage? What is the meaning of this?" The words, "principle of leverage," were written on the drawing. In the drawing, it was a man who was easily lifting 3 cows. He was leisurely and contented, and what he was using was this lever. And Mr. Yushan was even more confused. He asked in surprise, "What is this young friend Zhang Feng thinking? This method is simply unheard of. We are all well-read people, and among us are the top masters of the Ministry of Works. Could it be that we can't think of this method? Do we need him to use this method? This water wheel, if we don't start from the foundation from the beginning, it's simply a fool's dream to erect it now." As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused a lot of discussion. Everyone was whispering to each other. This matter was indeed, as Mr. Yushan said. This thing was not something else. In terms of weight, this thing was no less than 500 kilograms. No matter what method was used, it seemed that it was impossible to hang him up. Just with a lever, he wanted to hang him up? That was simply a fool's dream. Li Chengxian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. But because Cui Yingying was here, he couldn't say anything. However, Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't sit still. This thing was something that they had spent countless efforts and didn't sleep last night to come up with. Why did you have to come up with it when you didn't know a damn thing? Who the F***CK was so coherent? I say, Mr. Yushan, may I ask if Mr. knows anything about strange techniques? Dugo asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, I don't know. Then may I ask, mister, what kind of things have you made, such as a thatched cottage? Hearing this, Mr. Yushan and everyone's faces changed. Saying this at this time was simply disobeying to the extreme. Li Xiaogong couldn't help but scold. Tainyo, for the sake of Dean Zhongfeng, you and the others quickly shut up. TSK. Cheng Chumo said disdainfully. The one who asked him was Dugo, not me. Why do you have to say that? If you don't know, then shut the F***CK up, Lao Tzu. You, Mr. Yushan said angrily. You boorish fellow. Mr. Yushan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Why did he meet so many boorish fellows at this time? In his opinion, the people in White Deer College should be some capable people. But he didn't expect to meet such boorish people. Were these still White Deer College students? What did Yushan and the others do on the mountain? Were these the people they taught? Not to mention Zhang Feng. From Cheng Chumo, everyone couldn't help but have deep worries and doubts about Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Chengxian also felt that something wasn't right. He hurriedly persuaded, Mr. Yushan, these things were built by this brother from the beginning. So no one cares about this more than he does. I hope Mr. Yushan won't lower yourself to his level. Chapter 16-19. Without waiting for Mr. Yushan to speak, Li Xiaogong hurriedly said before Cui Yingying could speak, Mr. Yushan, we still have to wait patiently. These people have been working here since last night. It's natural that they have resentment in their hearts. If they can't get it out in a while, will we punish them? How about it? While speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and said, let's start. Why are you wasting time? Hearing this, Li Chengxian hurriedly gave Cheng Chumo a look. Cheng Chumo and the others then began to lift the water wheel again. In fact, the lifting was very simple. It was to use a rope to lift one side of the water wheel, and then let the entire water wheel hang in the air. Slowly, they used manpower to pry the position of the slot, and then it was done. But the most difficult part was the last step. The water wheel was directly under the waterfall. The speed of the rapids crashing down, if they didn't aim at the slot in an instant, they would have to start all over again. This was also the reason why the entire water wheel was not installed in one night. Originally, they wanted to intercept the water from above and let the water wheel be installed quickly, but this took too long. At this time, what they lacked most was time, so at this point in time, they couldn't do that. So at this time, they ended up like this. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, along with the shouts of the crowd. The water wheel that was as big as a house was finally slowly lifted up by more than 30 people. This scene scared Mr. Yushan and the others half to death. This was a water wheel that was as big as a house. Although they didn't know the weight, they knew that this thing was definitely not light just by looking at it. But it was lifted up by 30 people effortlessly. This was a little sensational. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that this was real? However, this was real, and it had appeared right in front of their eyes. This inevitably caused everyone to feel a little terrified. Oh my God, this is really a work of art. Really a work of art. This is the principle of leverage? After seeing the expressions of Mr. Yushan and the others, Cheng Chumo and the others were even more excited and roared. Brothers, let's work harder and stuff this thing into his mouth. Roar. The only response he got was a few angry roars. Soon after, the Yuchi brothers tore off their clothes, revealing their muscular bodies. Then, with one on each side, they carried the bottom of the water wheel and walked resolutely into the torrential current, one step at a time. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but hold their breaths. Bang! With a muffled sound, the water wheel began to rotate slowly in the torrent. The point was that the rope was still hanging. It was still hanging the rope. In a moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath. And Li Chengxian, he also couldn't help, and the others for action. Everyone was. Mr. Yushan's words just now made everyone stifle their anger. Once again, there was a rumbling sound. The rope hanging the water wheel began to make smashing sounds. But at this time, because of the splashing water, everyone couldn't see what was happening in the water. They could only open their eyes and wait, staring at the rope. When the rope was about to break, Li Chengxian suddenly said, "Get up an inch more. Quick, get up an inch." In a moment, the people on the shore breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly lowered the lever by an inch. At this point, suddenly, the water wheel shook violently by an inch. Then, everyone saw that the people who originally went in hurriedly came out and then shouted, "Cut the rope." Bang! With a command, in a moment, the people standing above cut the rope with a knife. The next moment, they saw the water wheel suddenly spin quickly. At the beginning, it was still swaying left and right, but after a moment, the water wheel calmed down and spun leisurely. Behind the water wheel, the water curtains under the sunlight showed a beautiful, colorful purple. In an instant, the people on the shore couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, it's really a success." At this time, Li Chengxian and the others came ashore with water droplets on their heads. They came to Mr. Yushan's side and said, "Mr. Yushan, are you satisfied?" This sentence was like a slap to Mr. Yushan's face. Mr. Yushan was about to get angry, but Li Xiaogong said, "Mr. Yushan, it's late. This is the time when the water is flowing. Why don't we go down and wait?" At this time, how could Mr. Yushan still have the face to stand there? He could only snort coldly and then leave without saying a word. Although he left, this matter still had to continue. But at this time, everyone's heart was at ease. That was what was called venting. This thing, it really made them feel sweet as if they had eaten honey. Because this was something they had made. Just as Zhang Feng had said, everyone had their pride. They could lose anything, but they could not lose their pride. Chapter 16:20. As the water wheel flowed through. In an instant, the originally dry water trough, under everyone's astonished gaze, slowly flowed a huge stream of water. When Mr. Yushan and the others had just walked down the mountain, they saw the water coming, as if all this had been prepared for them. This made them angry and angry. But at this time, they couldn't say anything. After all, there was no need to talk about this matter anymore. Looking at Mr. Yushan's ashen face, they could guess something. But the water had flowed through. But this matter was not over yet. Where was the phosphate fertilizer? Where was it? Didn't everyone come here for the phosphate fertilizer? Although the water wheel and the water trough were comparable to a marvelous trick, this was not what they wanted to see. For this phosphate fertilizer, everyone had been thinking about it. At this time, how could they care about other things? At this time, with the sound of a noisy discussion, only then did Li Shimin and the others saunter into the crowd of onlookers. After all, their identities were special, and they came here today only to witness. But this was different for Li Xiaogong. He had been paying attention to Li Shimin's arrival from the beginning. At this time, seeing Li Shimin come, Li Xiaogong hurriedly raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, the time has come. Everyone, please sit down. Our ceremony officially begins." While speaking, Li Xiaogong walked up to the high platform full of bottles and jars. He cupped his hands and said, "Old man Li Xiaogong is appointed as the Minister of Personnel. Today, by the Emperor's decree, I am here to supervise the construction of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Today, the time has come. Let the worship of heaven begin." As Li Xiaogong's voice fell, a series of melodious and low music slowly sounded at this time. Li Xiaogong followed the ceremony and fired the cannons. Then, he held a simple worship ceremony. Anyway, it was to comfort God. Today, he moved the soil here with the attitude of serving the people, and so on. It took a full 2 hours for this set of complicated matters to be completed. At this time, it was exactly noon. Li Chengxian and the others had already changed their clothes and put on their masks. They foolishly stood at the side and dozed off. Not far away, a group of young girls were crazily posting the names of the people they liked. This made Li Chengxian, Cheng Chumo, and the others even more elated. But because of Cui Yingying's presence, the gazes of the young men on the stage were all focused on her. This made everyone even more speechless. For a moment, those curses and the howls of the group of men rose and fell again. At this time, Zhang Feng just arrived. Zhang Feng's arrival instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Wow, President Zhang. Mr. He Xian is. He's here. He's here. Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang Feng. As the voices that were louder than Li Xiaogong sounded, in an instant, the people in the phosphate fertilizer plant could not sit still. At this time, Li Xiaogong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, President Zhang is here. Today, we'll leave the rest to President Zhang, okay? However, what responded to him was the sound of the wind. Li Xiaogong did not care. Today, in order to stall for time, he had used everything. It was not easy to wait for the main character to arrive. How could he continue? Zhang Feng was a little depressed. If he had known, he would have come later. At this time, he was also dumbfounded. Just by listening to the voices, he knew how crazy it was outside. If he got out of the carriage now, he seriously suspected that someone would tear him apart alive. However, Zhang Feng had to get out of the carriage. At this time, there were many people waiting for him. It would be strange if he did not get out of the carriage, especially after knowing that Mr. Yushan might be here to cause trouble. After that, he had a headache. You're old. Can't you just stay at home? As for coming out to make your presence known, coming out to find excitement, Lao Tzu was not afraid that you would die here. Lao Tzu would not spoil you like that. But after thinking about it, he still grinned and walked out of the carriage with a smile. As he walked, he waved to the people on both sides of the carriage. When he reached Li Xiaogong and Mr. Yushan, he was shocked as if he had just discovered Mr. Yushan. Then he said, Isn't this Mr. Yushan? What wind blew you here? Come, let's sit. Mr. Yushan's mouth twitched, but he still politely returned a bow. But at this time, beside Mr. Yushan, Cui Yingying's voice suddenly sounded, You're Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was a little depressed. When he looked at this woman, he almost fell to the ground. Mother of asterisk her. This is another one that can bring disaster to a country and its people. But thinking about it was just thinking. Zhang Feng still knew how much he was worth. He hurriedly said, May I know who you are? Li Xiaogong hurriedly said, Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yushan's granddaughter, Cui Yingying. Miss Yingying, he is Zhang Feng. But after Li Xiaogong finished, Cui Yingying only faintly said, Oh, and then did not say anything. Then, Zhang Feng was a little confused. It was not good for him to say anything. However, in his heart, his evaluation of this woman dropped once more. This kind of person is not easy to deal with. I have to stay away, and I have a wife and 3 of them. I have to look straight ahead. Chapter 16:21. Neha, Zhang Feng, we're all waiting for you. Why did you come so late? Li Xiaogong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Only then did he manage to find a way out for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed. Then he slapped his forehead and said, Oh, Lord Li, look at my memory. I just prepared some teaching materials at the academy, so I forgot. Please forgive me. Although no one understood what Zhang Feng was talking about, they all thought that Zhang Feng was doing something for the students of the academy. After all, in the academy, according to the rules, the dean would teach all the students together in the morning every day. Even if Mr. Yushan and Cui Yingying wanted to make things difficult for him, they had nothing to say at this time. After all, there were rules in the imperial court that required this. So even if Zhang Feng was lying, no one would know. The only person who knew was not stupid enough to expose Zhang Feng at this time. After all, unless he didn't want to stay in the academy anymore. When Zhang Feng went on stage, there was an endless frenzied shouting. For the first time, Zhang Feng felt that he was surrounded by fans. In any case, he was now considered a celebrity. right? If this was in the future, he would be comparable to those top stars, right? And in the stands below the stage, Chui Yingying snorted with some disdain. After looking at the people who kept waving their hands to greet them, she lightly spat out 2 words. Idiot. Mr. Yushan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just drank his tea and looked at Zhang Feng on the stage. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Chengqian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Chui Yingying's anger in that instant. His little heart started to tremble rapidly. Chui Yingying's frown and smile made Li Chengqian unable to control himself. Just when Li Chengqian's imagination was running wild, Zhang Feng said slowly, "First of all, we have to thank the emperor." Instantly, Li Xiaogong and the others jumped up from their chairs when they heard the word emperor. At this moment, Zhang Feng continued, "Secondly, we have to thank the heavens and Old Cow. If not for the heavens guiding Old Cow to the phosphate mine, no matter how capable this kid is, he wouldn't be able to create this thing. What about me? What about me? Feng Zi Wei Wei." After Zhang Feng thanked everyone, Cheng Chumo and the others started to get anxious. They had been waiting for this moment. Zhang Feng still ignored them. After saying all the tributes, he said, "Also, if it weren't for my students, this thing wouldn't have been built. If it weren't for them risking their lives to protect the reputation of our academy, I think everyone still remembers the time when our White Deer College was condemned by everyone, right? It was at that time that my students risked their lives to protect the reputation and integrity of our academy. And everything today was done by them. If it weren't for them neglecting sleep and food during this period, I think they wouldn't have been able to do these things. But just now, when the water wheel went wrong on the mountain, I heard that someone was still slandering them. Although I don't know who it is, and I don't want to know who it is, I want to say that without them, the phosphate fertilizer couldn't have been created today. Without them, how could I have the confidence to say that this thing can fill all the granaries in the world? And this, it's them, all the people who have contributed silently to this matter. Here, I, Zhang Feng, sincerely thank you all." While speaking, Zhang Feng bowed deeply, although bowing didn't exist in this era. However, Zhang Feng's actions still made everyone stand up uncontrollably, waving their flags and cheering. At this moment, there were also people who were unhappy. That was Mr. Yushan and the others. They were the ones who had been talking about this matter on the mountain. But now that Zhang Feng had said this, how could they feel good? Chui Yingying couldn't help but say angrily, "Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng was taken aback when he heard this, and everyone couldn't help but look at the two of them playfully at this moment. One was the granddaughter of the great scholar, Mr. Yushan, and the other was the pillar of the younger generation. What kind of sparks could these two create when they were together? In an instant, everyone was looking forward to it. Even Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo, and Li Shimin were looking forward to it. Only Yu Qigong had a strange look on his face at this moment. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he was targeted by this little girl. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Miss Chui Yingying, please enlighten me." Chui Yingying smiled faintly and said, "I don't dare to enlighten you, but I came here today because there's something I don't understand." When Zhang Feng heard this, he said, "Just say it." "That's good." Chui Yingying ignored Mr. Yushan's dissuasion and got up and said, "I've long heard that Prince Zhang is romantic and melancholy. Although he's not married, he still has 3 beauties by his side." This matter, almost everyone present was aware of this. Besides, this was the Tang dynasty. How many wives you could marry and how many beauties you could get depended on your own ability. If you were capable, no one would ask or say a word, even if you married 100 or 80 wives. But if you were not capable, then you deserved to be a bachelor. That was all there was to it. So, which one of the people present didn't have a group of wives and concubines? But at this time, Chui Yingying seemed to be meeting Zhang Feng for the first time. Why did she expose his scars at the beginning? Chapter 16:22. This time, Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. Although Chui Yingying didn't say anything else, Zhang Feng didn't have any matchmaker with these 3 women except Zhang Yuyao. However, they were mixed together and only Zhang Feng knew it. He even had sex with 2 of them. Although he didn't have any relationship with Zhang Yuyao, and Zhang Yuyao had already complained, Zhang Feng didn't dare to cross the red line because of the matchmaker's words. As for Jing Shu, it was completely known to the world. So even if there was no matchmaker's words and they had sex, Zhang Feng was thick-skinned and didn't care. But at this time, being pointed out, Zhang Feng also knew that he was somewhat in the wrong. His face couldn't help but redden a little. As for Yu, Zhang Feng was really impulsive, but this was also the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. At this time, when Cui Yingying said this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be vigilant. Cui Yingying was from a Shandong clan, and Shandong and Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was almost certain that he had guessed something. At this time, Cui Yingying's face was gloomy to the extreme. Who couldn't see that at this time? Involuntarily, everyone's heart thumped. This guy, could it be that he had sex with Mr. Yushan's granddaughter? But everyone was sure that these two people met for the first time. What did this mean? They couldn't help but feel a little scared. This time it became fun, and the hearts of Li Chengxian and others were instantly broken to the ground. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Mother of Asterisk, why did every beautiful woman he met have an affair with Zhang Feng? How the F*** are they going to let me live? The point was, damn, everyone dared to bet that this was the first time that Zhang Feng and this person met. How did it become this? Zhang Feng didn't feel good either. At this time, his bottom line was exposed. It was too damn embarrassing. Zhang Feng couldn't help coughing and said, "Miss, if there's anything, please say it directly. Today is the opening day of the phosphate fertilizer factory. If there's anything else, I hope that after the ceremony is over, I will definitely give you an explanation in front of everyone. How about it?" Ying. At this time, Mr. Yushan was also embarrassed. Originally, he didn't want to come today, but he heard his granddaughter say that Zhang Feng was a wolf with ambition, a human face with a beast heart, a hypocrite who abandoned his family. So he wanted to come and have a look. But at this time, he didn't expect Ying to say this in front of so many people. The point was that at this time, this would arouse public anger. This was the time to plead for the people of the world. If things went too far, then they would lose their heads. At this moment, how could Mr. Yushan not see that if this continued, something bad would happen? Because at this time, Li Shaogong and those station soldiers still stood up. Seeing Mr. Yushan's reprimand, Cui Yingying said unjustly, "Since that's the case, I will let you go for today. Wait until the ceremony is over." Zhang Feng chuckled. Then, he looked deeply at Cui Yingying and Mr. Yushan. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, now, let the ceremony continue. Now, let's invite my student to personally start the phosphate fertilizer production experiment." Wait, but at this time, Cui Yingying stopped him again. Even if Zhang Feng had a good temper, he couldn't help but be angry at this time. "Miss, what do you want this time?" "Miss Cui, old man doesn't care what grudges you have with Zhang Feng. But please understand that this is the phosphate fertilizer production ceremony that His Majesty personally organized. For Mr. Yushan's face, old man won't lower himself to your level. But if you continue to be like this and miss the time, then old man will have to ask you to leave temporarily." Li Shaogong was also a little angry. At this time, his voice was a little cold. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan was also a little angry. Yingying backed down. "Don't be rude." Cui Yingying, on the other hand, stared at Zhang Feng as if she had a one-track mind. Zhang Feng waved his hand and laughed in anger. He said, "Lord Li, don't be impatient. Miss, if you have something to say, just say it in one breath. I don't have time, and I don't have the time." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish, Cui Yingying stepped forward. She walked to Zhang Feng's side, smelling that enchanting fragrance. Zhang Feng was a little surprised, but he still restrained his temper and made way for her. He probably knew why this woman came here. Therefore, this woman didn't wait for the ceremony to end. Zhang Feng also wanted to see what kind of trouble she was going to stir up. Cui Yingying said, "Everyone knows that Zhang Feng has made a lot of good things, a lot of amazing things, but have you seen it with your own eyes? My daughter once found out by chance that this Zhang Feng is from Liang Province's Phoenix Ridge, and a year ago, This boy was still a stubborn young master, wandering around aimlessly all day. But I don't know the reason why he could actually learn so many strange and dirty tricks in just a year's time. Don't tell me that everyone has never had doubts. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. At this time, even Li Shimon's face gradually darkened. Chung Yaojin was so angry that his beard was trembling. Damn it, Lao Tzu has had enough. Second Master, I'm going to take this little girl down. Chapter 1623. In the end, Li Shimon managed to hold himself back. He also wanted to know what kind of grudge Zhang Feng had with this woman that she dared to speak so boldly. At this moment, he was even thinking about other things, such as whether this matter was related to Shandong. He had already given the order that no one was to investigate Zhang Feng. But at this time, this woman's words gave Li Shimon a bad feeling. It seemed like this person knew Zhang Feng's past very well. Li Shimon also wanted to see what Zhang Feng would say. Moreover, if Chung Yaojin was recognized by this woman, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Li Shimon still blocked Chung Yaojin and said, "Wait." Second Master, Li Shimon ignored Chung Yaojin. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sun that was gradually rising above his head. Although it was already autumn, the noon sun was really too bright for people to look directly at. Moreover, everyone was wearing the thick clothes they had in the morning. It would be strange if they didn't feel hot with the sun shining so brightly. At this moment, Cui Yingying disregarded the dissuasion and said, "I've long heard that this phosphate fertilizer experiment was single-handedly developed by Prince Zhang. Let's invite Prince Zhang to experiment with it. Then we'll know whether this thing is the work of this so-called Prince Zhang, President Zhang. Of course, we'll also know whether this person is the stubborn young master of Phoenix Ridge." Wow! Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Many women even began to curse loudly. Some even knelt on the ground and begged Zhang Feng to hurry up and get rid of this woman. Hearing her say that, Li Shaogong, who originally wanted to get rid of her, had a playful look in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "President Zhang, this matter. Then let's listen to her." Tainyo, Li Gan quickly set up the experiment equipment. This time, the experimental utensils were not the same as the ones from before. At this time, they were all replaced with glazed ceramic vessels that were several sizes larger. In order to enhance their usability and durability, these vessels were inlaid with layers of copper inlaid decorations, as well as a layer of protective equipment wrapped with iron wires. Looking at it this way, it somewhat resembled the large cauldrons of ancient times, and also somewhat resembled the ceramic pieces placed in the house. With a wave of Zhang Feng's hand, dozens of people placed the prepared experimental utensils in fixed positions using levers. After that, Cheng Chumo, Ma Zhou, and the others connected the experimental utensils one by one with rubber tubes and directly melted the rubber that was melted by the levers at the joints. Increase his airtightness. They did not know how many times they had prepared this kind of experiment on the mountain, just for today to show off here. Just now, Fengzi had already said that these things were made by them. Although Cui Yingying was a bit difficult, at this time, everyone was quick and efficient, so everyone nodded their heads. These things, if he did not get used to it day by day, who the hell could be so proficient in it? When everything was ready, and Zhang Feng also put on a mask and gloves, Cui Yingying jumped out once, making people want to curse her mother. Wait! This time, Cheng Chumo's hair finally blew up. He stared with a pair of bull-like eyes and said, "Sister, that's enough. Fengzi is good-tempered and will not argue with you, but these brothers of his are not cowards. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame Lao Tzu for loosening your bones today." Zhang Feng frowned slightly, knowing that today's matter was a bit out of hand. Moreover, he did not know the purpose of this woman's visit, so he waved his hand and said, "Tainyo, back off." But look at her. Zhang Feng frowned slightly and said word by word, "Back off." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo retreated unhappily. Zhang Feng looked at Cui Yingying calmly and said, "Cui Yingying, tell me, what do you want? It's not that I want to do anything, but these are things that you have prepared beforehand. So, if you want to prove yourself, then in front of everyone, show us something that we've never seen before, something that we're all familiar with." How's that? If you do it, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He thought that this little girl was going to play some tricks, so this was it? When Qing Chumo and the others heard this, they could not help but jeer. If you lose in front of everyone today, how about you marry our dean and become his maid? Dugo also added oil to the fire. No, this maid is a bit too much. After all, she is a girl of the Chui family, and also Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. We have to be careful of Mr. Yushan's face. At this time, everyone's expression became strange as they looked at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan was also slightly shocked, especially since he had been in contact with Zhang Feng. Naturally, he had some understanding of Zhang Feng. Such a bet, it was really unacceptable. He hurriedly dissuaded, but Cheng Chumo and the others continued to fan the flames. No matter how Zhang Feng persuaded, it was useless. Li Xiaogong even chatted with the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Hongwen Guan Imperial College. Just now, Mr. Yushan and Chui Yingying were really a bit too arrogant. At this time, to let her suffer and be defeated, everyone was somewhat eager. Seeing everyone like this, Chui Yingying also became angry. She shouted, "Okay, today, Chui Yingying, will bet. If you lose, what will you do?" Zhang Feng also became angry and asked back, "What do you want?" Hearing this, Chui Yingying seemed to see that Zhang Feng had fallen into her trap. She seriously flashed a trace of hatred. "I want you to be a eunuch." Hiss. Chapter 1624. What a sinister woman. At this moment, Li Chengxian's back was drenched in cold sweat. From the start, he had felt that this woman was unusual, whether it was in terms of appearance or anything else. Although her mouth was a little venomous, she was still a daughter of the Chui clan, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Moreover, she was Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. If the two of them were married, not only could they ease the tension between the court and Shandong, they could also, but Chui Yingying's performance just now had left Li Chengxian rather disappointed. Moreover, what she had just said was true. What kind of person was this? If he married her, wouldn't Imperial Father be enraged? Then, thinking of this, the sweat on Li Chengxian's forehead never dried. If this woman were to marry into his family, he would have gotten rid of a star of calamity. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to keep his position as crown prince. Ho Junji suddenly came to mind, and he couldn't help but worry even more. Although he was the one who personally investigated this matter, and his father didn't blame him, this crown princess, Imperial Father, had issued a secret decree for her to leave the capital and observe mourning. As for whether she would be able to return, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Although he had said nothing, he had perked up his ears to listen. When he heard about this bet, although he didn't like it, he wanted to see how this woman would be tormented in the future. He was truly at ease with Zhang Feng. If he could conduct this experiment, how could he not know about other experiments? This was simply a joke. No one was more anxious than Mr. Yushan. He had never imagined that things would reach this point. He knew that Zhang Feng dared to do this not because of the four great Confucians, but because the emperor was standing behind him. He had only come today to see if this brat was truly doing this for the sake of the people, or if he was just trying to swindle them. But he had never imagined that things would reach this point, and he had even made such a sinister bet that the common people would not tolerate. At this moment, the people from the Ministry of Rights were watching. This, just when Mr. Yushan was pondering how to resolve this grudge. To his surprise, Zhang Feng actually agreed. "Okay, since that's the case, we'll agree to it." As he spoke, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked in an incomparably gentlemanly manner, "Miss Chui, since you said that you want to make something that everyone is closely related to, and that everyone knows, then why don't you do it?" Chui Yingying was about to speak, but Zhang Feng stopped her with his hand and continued, "Then, I know you're going to say that salt production doesn't count, and paper making doesn't count. Fine, I promise you. Today, in front of everyone in the world, I will make something that everyone can recognize. Ice. As the name suggests, this ice is the most common thing we see in winter. So I would like to ask Miss Chui, do you recognize this ice?" Chui Yingying nodded in disdain. "Yes, I have." "All right, then. Since that's the case, I hope that Lord Li and all of you can come closer. I hope that all of you can be my witnesses. Ice. Zhang Feng actually wanted to make ice. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the students, the young geniuses, and the young ladies all widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with burning gazes. Li Shimin and the others wanted to go forward and observe, but their identities didn't allow them to do so. They could only wait patiently. At this time, only Li Chengxian and the others couldn't stop laughing. After all, they were the only witnesses who had seen this beautiful thing. However, this guy had always been stingy and refused to tell them how it was made. He also didn't tell them what the trick of this thing was. They only knew that it was very simple. At this time, when everyone saw that Zhang Feng was going to fiddle with this thing again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. When several people went forward, Zhang Feng took out a small bag from his sleeve and then asked Li Chengxian to bring him a large transparent glass bowl. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Feng poured the small bag in his hand, which looked like dirt, into the big transparent glass basin. Then, Cheng Chimo volunteered to bring a large bucket of water and looked at Zhang Feng eagerly. Zhang Feng then took out a palm-sized glazed bowl and filled it with water. After that, he slowly poured the clear water into the glazed bowl that was filled with dirt. At this time, everyone's mind was already in shock. Not to mention other things, this transparent thing was enough to shock the world. The value of this thing, at this time, everyone couldn't help but have ideas about this transparent thing. Even Shui Yingying's eyes changed for the first time. Mr. Yushan also couldn't sit still. At this time, he also came forward to see what Zhang Feng was going to do. How could he make ice like this? But at this time, Zhang Feng glanced at the climbing platform just now and said, "Everyone look carefully." While speaking, Zhang Feng used a glazed stick to stir the water in the large basin that was filled with soil. Under everyone's gaze, the water suddenly started to swirl. After the water started to swirl, Zhang Feng then carefully put the small bowl on the water surface. In an instant, everyone in the phosphate fertilizer plant couldn't help holding their breath, waiting and watching quietly. Listening to the tinkling sound, everyone didn't dare to blink. But at this time, everyone saw an incredible scene. In a large basin of water, slowly, a layer of mist appeared. Everyone was shocked. Could it be, damn it, could it really freeze? Chapter 16:25. Making ice. In the past, it was actually very simple. It was to throw saltpeter into the water and let it fully evaporate. The heat generated during the evaporation would quickly draw out the heat in the water, thus causing the water to condense into ice in a very short period of time. Of course, if you threw a piece of saltpeter the size of a palm into the river, then you could only There was a limit to this. That was the problem of proportion. Just like when Zhang Feng was on the mountain, Zhang Feng had thrown at least a fist-sized saltpeter into the large water tank. Coupled with the rapid stirring, the tank of water was able to reach the critical point of freezing in a short period of time. In the future, almost everyone could do this. But where's this place? This was the Tang dynasty. Moreover, it was a society where feudal superstition was at its peak. Last time, Chen Tiniu and the others had asked Zhang Feng many times about this matter. However, Zhang Feng was still unwilling to tell others about this pretentious method. This was simply a divine tool for pretentiousness at his fingertips, especially after obtaining the authority to manufacture gunpowder, saltpeter, sulfur, and other things that were strictly controlled by the government, could be obtained in an endless stream. Therefore, Zhang Feng could easily obtain this thing from his body. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the different expressions on everyone's faces. He could not help but feel the gloominess in his heart disappear, especially when he saw Cui Yingying's wide-open mouth and wide-eyed appearance. He felt that the hunger was worth it. Until now, Zhang Feng still did not know why this girl wanted to make things difficult for him. She wanted him to make a fool of himself at such an important occasion. Originally, Zhang Feng did not want to lower himself to the level of a girl, especially a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. However, he had already been forced to this extent. If he didn't show off his skills today, then the loss wouldn't just be Zhang Feng's personal reputation, but everything he had, including his life. Earlier, Zhang Feng had guessed that this person might be acquainted with Yuer. But at this moment, It would seem like she actually had a deep understanding of that Zhang Feng from the time at Phoenix Ridge. Then this matter wasn't simple. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a person that old Yu had mentioned when they were on the mountain. That was the cousin who had come with a marriage contract. But these two didn't seem to be the same person, right? This was what worried Zhang Feng the most. If this was really Cui Yingying, Zhang Feng had to prepare to run away now. He had such an awesome grandfather, yet he was still so unruly. Who the hell could stand this? What if it was really her? Then would he be acknowledging this engagement? Or reject? How could he admit it? Did he agree to it in front of so many people? If only she was half as virtuous as Jing Shu and the other two girls, Zhang Feng would be willing to marry her. But who the hell would dare to marry such an ancestor? At the thought of this, Zhang Feng had an even bigger headache. And for a moment of carelessness, he almost lost control of the strength in his hand, and the glass rod almost broke the glass basin. Ding! With a crisp sound, everyone almost came back to their senses. At this moment, Zhang Feng realized that the initial mist in the basin had already caused the water to become incomparably viscous. He could even faintly see traces of ice shards that were faintly discernible within the water. Seeing this, Zhang Feng raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to witness a miracle. Everyone, please don't blink your eyes at this moment." Under Zhang Feng's mysterious reminder, everyone's eyes had already stopped blinking, because at this time, everyone had already been shocked by the thing in the transparent glass basin. When had they ever seen such a magical thing? Although the weather was indeed a little cold at this time, there was still some temperature at noon after all. At this time, to make water naturally freeze into ice was tantamount to a fantasy. At this time, such a thing suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Who wouldn't be shocked? What was this? This was a real F*King miracle. No, it was a miraculous skill. At this time, what Zhang Feng said was actually not important. What was important was, everyone could see that the water had already frozen. This was the truth. At this time, everyone looked at the basin that was quickly freezing into ice and the water in the big bowl in the basin that was also freezing at this time. They couldn't help but gasp. And the least worried and the most leisurely were none other than Li Changxian and the others. At this time, looking at everyone's appearance, they all felt comfortable in their hearts. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to show off? Now you're dumbfounded, right? Take a good look, whether this thing is really ice or not. Although they were shouting happily in their hearts, they only dared to show a proud smile. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly stopped, because that ice had been completely frozen, including the water in the big bowl. Although only a thin layer of ice had been frozen, it was already frozen. It was only a matter of time before it was completely frozen. As for the big basin, it had already become a lump of ice, and the glass basin seemed to be unable to withstand a low temperature at this time. In an instant, there was a small cracking sound. Crack. Chapter 16:26. Along with the cracking sound, a loud crack was heard. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the bowl miraculously cracked open. Although the crowd didn't know what it was made of, it must be extremely precious. However, Zhang Feng didn't even frown. What did this mean? Did this mean that to Zhang Feng, this item was just like any other ordinary item? As for this ice, after the bowl cracked, it was perfectly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Except for some yellowish substance at the bottom of the bowl, there was nothing else. It was as if this thing had always been there. It was such a magical thing, and at this time, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, as if they were in a cold winter. At this time, Zhang Feng looked around and then waved his hand. In an instant, Cheng Chimo understood. He took a small hammer and smashed the ice into pieces of ice as small as a fingernail with exaggerated movements. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in distress. Until now, Cheng Chimo picked up a piece of ice and called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, this action is to prove whether this thing is real ice or not. You are all experienced and knowledgeable people, so in order to make it easier for you all to feel it, this little one boldly smashed this ice. But I promise you, once you touch this ice, you will know whether it is real or fake." While speaking, Cheng Chumo hurriedly winked at Ma Zhou and the others. They came to their senses and went forward to distribute the ice to the lords. Then they distributed it to the onlookers. Instantly, it caused quite a stir. Hiss! This is really ice. How'd he do it? Oh my God! President Zhang is really amazing. He can use such a strange trick at his fingertips. This is really the gospel of the Tang dynasty. President Zhang, is this ice for sale? We are willing to pay a high price for the president's ice-making technique. For a moment, all the businessmen went crazy. Which one of these merchants wasn't an expert who had traveled extensively? However, due to time constraints, some goods couldn't be stored for such a long time. They had to wait until winter was the peak season for long-distance trade. However, since the opening of the waterway and the opening of trade in Jinla, almost all the seafood that could only be eaten in the south before could be transported to Chang, and with President Zhang's wooden bucket storage method. However, due to the trouble involved and the time consumed, the entire journey had taken more than twice as long as before. This was not a good solution. Now, although the ice couldn't guarantee the freshness of these things, it could make it more convenient for him to store them. He didn't have to carry so much water and walk so carefully. This was the business opportunity that every businessman saw. Originally, everyone had come for the phosphate fertilizer. However, after seeing this plaything, all the merchants started to clamor one after another. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, don't worry, this matter is easy. After the ceremony is over, you can talk to the person in charge of the academy about this matter. Person? Contact? What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Cheng Chumo and the others smiled and cupped their fists at the crowd. However, judging from their smiles, they didn't seem like good people. But at this time, they were asking for help. Although everyone felt disgusted, they still chuckled and calmed down again. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly picked up the bowl of ice water on the table and walked over to Li Xiaogong and the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Officials. He said with a smile, Lord Li, try this ice. What do you think? Li Xiaogong's face was full of smiles. Zhang Feng was a little confused, but he couldn't say anything. Li Xiaogong said with a smile, Haha, this thing is real. There's no need to try it. Zhang Feng waved his hand and glanced at Cui Yingying, who looked as if she had eaten a mouthful of feces, and said, You'd better give it a try. Everyone, Dean Ouyang, Dean Lu, all of you come and try it. Although this ice can be used by merchants, it can be used to cool down and relieve the summer heat. It's also a top-grade ice. However, if you add some cane sugar, it can become a kind of food to satisfy your cravings and relieve the summer heat. But now, because of geographical reasons, when we return, I will give everyone a taste. What do you think? At this time, Li Xiaogong and the others were already boiling with excitement from Zhang Feng's things. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, everyone smiled and complimented Zhang Feng. After a while, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked Li Chengxian to bring over 2 jars of wine and a dozen glasses. Then he asked Li Chengxian, Ma Zhou, and the others to break the ice in the bowls and put it in the glasses. There were some wines on the table. There were 2 kinds of wines. One was the white wine brewed by Zhang Feng, and the other was the grape wine that everyone knew. After Zhang Feng finished talking to everyone, he clasped his fist and said loudly, Everyone, not only does this ice have some uses, but if it is added to the wine, I would like to invite everyone to taste it one by one. Only then will you know the wonders of it. Chapter 16:27. Li Shimin stared at the people on the stage. They were drinking with relish, while he was staring at the sun. Who could stand it? Li Shimin was so angry that his face instantly darkened. However, his mouth was so dry that he didn't care anymore. He plunged into the crowd and prepared to walk up. How dare you do this in front of me? How preposterous! Li Shimin was so angry. Wasn't this bullying? At this time, Li Shimin's intestines were green with regret. He knew that the transparent thing on the stage was something that he didn't have except for Zhang Feng. Not to mention the wine cup at this time. Even he had never seen it before. How could he not be angry? But at this time, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly pulled Li Shimin and said, Second Master, what are you doing? Li Shimin was thirsty and angry at this time. He pointed at the people on the stage with trembling hands and said with gritted teeth, This is too infuriating. How can you bully people like this? Second master, Zhang Sun Wuji saw that the emperor was so angry that he actually called him by his title. He hurriedly shouted and interrupted Li Shimin. But this time, the merchants and the people in front of them looked at them in surprise. Then, these people looked at the people on the stage again with flickering eyes. Zhang Sun Wuji saw that it was a false alarm and hurriedly said, "Second master, we are outside. If we have something to do, we can go back and find Fengzi. It's not worth it to be angry here." Wei Zheng, Cheng Yaojin, and the others hurriedly came forward to comfort him. Yu Qigong directly ran to find old He and said something. Then, he pulled Li Shimin to sit under the temporary kitchen shed. Only then did Li Shimin calm down a little. But looking at this filthy place, Li Shimin was even more depressed. "I am the emperor. How can I be like this?" Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly persuaded Li Shimin and secretly asked Cheng Chumo to get 2 cups of wine. Only then did Li Shimin's anger dissipate. Looking at the exquisite glass and the ice cubes clinking in the scarlet wine, as well as the rising and falling ice cubes in the other glass of white wine, Li Shimin's eyes could not help but reveal a hint of difference. "What's the origin of this cup?" Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and said, "I just heard Tainyo said that Fengzi and Alkinen worked together for 3 hours last night to make this glass wine cup." Fengzi called a goblet. Looking at this long wine cup with a long neck, he couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "Isn't this just a wine bottle with a long neck? Why is it called goblet?" However, Li Shimin only thought about it. In the next moment, Li Shimin began to taste it. Cheng Yaojin and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the wine in the air. They couldn't help but pick up the ladle next to them and drink a ladle of cold water. Although it didn't satisfy their cravings, it quenched their thirst. However, after drinking a ladle of water, other than the sound of water swaying in their stomachs, they became even more greedy when they smelled the wine in the air. However, the emperor smacked his lips every time he tasted it, as if he was tasting a peerless wine. This was undoubtedly an uncomfortable behavior, but they couldn't do anything about it, because he was the emperor. If it were someone else, they would have beaten him up long ago. Wasn't it infuriating? At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others could only swallow their saliva and pretend that they didn't hear it. Even old, he couldn't listen to it anymore. He found a small jar in the kitchen and threw it to them. Only then did they satisfy their cravings. At this moment, Zhang Feng on the stage deliberately ignored Mr. Yushan and Chui Yingying for a long time. Then, as if he had just seen them, he said in surprise, "Tanya Ligan, why don't you pour a glass of red wine for Mr. Yushan?" "Yeah, Mr. Yushan, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now. I hope you won't blame me." The corner of Mr. Yushan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything at this time. After all, he was in the wrong first. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even bother to look at him. However, Zhang Feng only ignored him for a while. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng personally handing over the wine, he smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay. Today, I was able to see little friend's magical ice-making technique and magical wine set. This old man's eyes have really been opened. It's just that. These are just small tricks. This phosphate fertilizer is... Mr. Yushan quickly found a ladder to climb down. How could Zhang Feng not know? He slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened. Look at my memory. I only cared about drinking with all of you and forgot about the proper business. All right, let's begin. Hearing this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Everyone, please don't be impatient. There will be enough wine later. Everyone, as long as they're here, will have a share. Today, we'll set up a banquet for all of the guests. But before that, I still have some personal matters to attend to. After I'm done, we'll officially start today's phosphate fertilizer production. How's that? In an instant, everyone cheered. On one hand, the gluttonous worms in everyone's stomachs had long been aroused. Everyone was looking forward to the delicacies cooked up by White Deer College, especially now that they were excited by the wine. Who the hell could wait? However, at this moment, looking at everyone's strange gazes, Mr. Yushan sighed bitterly. He glared at Chui Yingying, who was rooted to the spot, and walked down the stage, exhausted. He didn't care about this anymore. At this moment, Zhang Feng smiled and handed a cup of wine to Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying, what do you think about this? Chapter 1628. At this moment, what everyone wanted to see and hear the most was how Cui Yingying, the unruly young lady of the Cui family, would deal with this. After all, she was the one who instigated this matter. Zhang Feng tried to suppress it several times, but she ruined it herself. Now that Zhang Feng was acting like this, everyone looked at Cui Yingying as if they were watching a good show. The moment Mr. Yushan stepped down from the stage, almost everyone understood one thing. Mr. Yushan had tacitly agreed to it, or perhaps he had given up. After all, no matter where this matter went, it was his granddaughter who provoked it first. First, she interrupted the ceremony and angered Zhang Feng several times. Who was Zhang Feng? Even though he was a young man, he was still a viscount, the dean of White Deer Academy, and a great Confucian scholar. Her actions had already violated the laws of the Great Tang. If not for her grandfather, Sir Yushan, backing her up, Li Shaogong would have already driven her away. Those people from the Ministry of Rites would have been furious. They didn't flare up because of Mr. Yushan. They even pretended not to see it and kept silent. However, it didn't mean that they didn't know. Moreover, although the emperor didn't come, he would know everything that happened here today. What would happen if the emperor knew that someone was openly obstructing him? What's more, these people and the generals have been unhappy with what the scholars did for a long time. If this matter continued until the morning assembly tomorrow. After all, this phosphate fertilizer didn't only benefit the generals, but also the civil officials. Therefore, at this moment, Mr. Yushan's heart was truly restless. On one hand, he was thinking about what to do. On the other hand, he was thinking about how to end today's matter. After all, he had a conflict with Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet last time, but Zhang Feng didn't take it to heart. Today, he came to see whether Zhang Feng really wanted to serve the people or not, as Cui Yingying said. More importantly, he wanted to thank Zhang Feng for saving his life last time. But now it seemed he had indulged his granddaughter too much. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's gaze was focused on Cui Yingying. Even the people from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rites, and Ministry of Personnel had subconsciously surrounded Cui Yingying. If anything went wrong, they would definitely make a fool of themselves in front of Zhang Feng. After all, if Zhang Feng casually showed off his skills, they would be able to see the limitless future of money. This was the real money tree. Regardless of whether Zhang Feng could produce phosphate fertilizer or not, just the two items in his hands were enough. The art of making ice was a problem that had troubled many people. But in Zhang Feng's hands, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already done it. Moreover, it was the kind that could be eaten directly, as if it was dissolved in wine. That taste was simply captivating. If there was such a cup of wine on a hot summer day, even a god would not exchange it for it. Moreover, Zhang Feng had just said so many wonderful things, and even said such bold words with great emotion. After this, no one would give him a share. What the hell was this? This was noodles. How could this not make everyone excited? On one hand, it was the tangible benefits. On the other hand, who was Cui Fengjun? Who the hell were you? Therefore, at this moment, all the officials from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Personnel, and Ministry of Rites on the stage were all red-eyed. Some even began to roll up their sleeves, as if they were ready to go all out. This made all the commoners outside, as well as those students and women, go crazy. One word: awesome. Two words: satisfying. This Cui Yingying had been extremely arrogant from the start. Relying on Mr. Yushan's prestige and the fact that she had some information about Zhang Feng, she thought that she was unbeatable and that she could control Zhang Feng. You'd better go back and study for a few more years before coming back. Where is this? This was Chang'an City. Where's this place? This was the opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory that President Zhang Feng had organized for the benefit of the people. How dare you mess around with such an important event? What if President Zhang got angry and decided not to do it? Wouldn't they have waited so long for it in vain? Wasn't this a joke? At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, hearing the curses around her, and the sounds of people rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists behind her, Cui Yingying's eyes instantly moistened. Putting on a pitiful look, she looked at Zhang Feng in horror and said, "You, what do you want to do?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He was dumbfounded. And everyone was also dumbfounded. What the hell was this operation? How could this work? This was too damn shameless, wasn't it? You brought up the matter. Now that something had happened, you put on a pitiful look. What did you want to do? Even though Zhang Feng had seen countless green tea ladies and harem soap operas, but this was really the first time he had seen this. He almost wanted to bow down and worship. This was too damn shameless. Chapter 16:29. At this moment, Cheng Chumo, who was on the stage, had just taken a big gulp of ice water. Before he could swallow it, he heard Cui Yingying's words and was instantly stunned. He couldn't swallow the mouthful of water and was about to spit it out. He hurriedly found a place and spat it down, but this time, it all sprayed on Yuchi Baolin's face. In an instant, Yuchi Baolin's face became completely gloomy. Cheng Chumo was shocked and hurriedly put his arm around her neck. While apologizing, he hurriedly gestured to the stage. This temporarily calmed Yuchi Baolin's anger. But below the stage, Yuchi Gong looked at Cheng Yaojin maliciously. Cheng Yaojin felt a chill down his spine, but he still pretended to be calm and looked at the stage, pretending not to notice the cold eyes behind him. Li Shimin was also stunned. He had seen countless people, but as one of the Tang emperors, this was the first time he had seen such a strange woman. Li Shimin took a deep breath and hooked his finger behind him. Little Gizi, who was mixed in with a group of guards disguised as common people, hurriedly ran over. Li Shimin pondered for a long time before saying, "Remember this woman. Later, send her to Madame. Tell her to be strict with the women in the family." Just now, Li Shimin was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. There were countless beauties in the harem, but he didn't have time to figure out their thoughts one by one. At this moment, after seeing Cui Yingying, Li Shimin thought of the harem and Zhang Sunwugo. Instantly, he felt sorry for the empress. He didn't know if there were such people among the beauties, but Li Shimin was sure that there were many such talents in the harem. After thinking for a while, Li Shimin added, "If there are, send them away immediately." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Li Shimin. Although there were many women and concubines in their family, there were only a few of them. Therefore, when they went back and did some investigation, there was almost no problem with a bunch of them. But the harem, that's a few hundred people. Even if the emperor was exhausted to death, he would not be able to complete such a magnificent project. At this moment, everyone made a decision in their hearts. In the future, if any of their sons dared to marry such a woman, they would be directly tied up and sent to the gray house on the mountain to be eunuch Gao's companion. It was better than causing such trouble in the future. If their ancestors dared to jump out of their graves and hack them to death, furthermore, they believed that other than Fengzi, no one in the world could subdue such a vicious woman. In the future, she would definitely ruin their family. At this moment, on the stage, after being stunned for a moment, Zhang Feng looked at Cui Yingying with a headache. What should I say about her now? What should I say? Zhang Feng sighed and impatiently gestured for her to leave. "Miss Cui, we have something to do today. Please leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhang Feng, for finding someone to throw you out. You Baolin, you Baoqi." Hearing this, the two of them immediately withdrew their hands from Cheng Chumo's waist and hurried forward. "Yes, master. Send her away." Although the crowd didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's gesture, but at this moment, they roughly understood the meaning of the gesture. It was basically equivalent to scram as far away from Lao Tzu as possible. Probably, Zhang Feng's mood was similar to this. It was just that for Mr. Yushan's sake, he couldn't say it directly. Hearing this, Cui Yingying's face suddenly turned red. Then she actually sobbed. The air suddenly froze with this incomparably bitter sound, which was so bitter that it gave people goosebumps. Everyone's head buzzed, as if it was about to explode. Zhang Feng also had an impulse to chop someone up. Fortunately, Li Xiaogong was more composed. At this moment, Zhang Feng already had the intention to kill. He hurriedly urged the people from the Ministry of Personnel, "Come, quickly send Miss Shui away. Quick!" He was afraid that if they delayed, Zhang Feng would really dare to kill. After all, for a person who dared to kill for his brother in the streets of Chang and city, Zhang Feng really did do this. However, if Zhang Feng dared to do it now, then the trouble would really be big. Therefore, Li Shaogong hurriedly called a few station soldiers with sticks and directly sent Shui Yingying away. Seeing this, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shaogong meaningfully and then waved his hand impatiently, indicating that the experiment officially began. At this moment, Zhang Feng then weakly clasped his fist to the crowd and said, "Everyone, today's phosphate fertilizer factory's production phase officially begins. Please take a seat." As Zhang Feng's voice fell, everyone once again woke up from the shock caused by Shui Yingying. After all, Zhang Feng didn't want to mention this matter, which was the best ending. If someone was ignorant about this matter and asked about the bet, then that would be really ignorant. However, just as Li Chengxian and the others went up, at the entrance of Tenghua, Niu Weili and the others encountered a troublesome matter. Chapter 1630. At the city gate. Although there were very few people because of the phosphate fertilizer factory outside the city, there were still countless people who were rushing to the factory to see what was going on. There were also businessmen and celebrities who had just arrived from other places. At this moment, there was a commotion at the city gate. The county magistrate of Chang and County Niu Weili was actually leading the bailiffs and driving the ox carts out of the city. These vehicles were not carrying prisoners, nor were they carrying anything else. Instead, they were carrying large white pigs, and they were all alive. However, these pigs were as big as calves. Although there were black, white, and flowery ones, each and every one of these pigs was so shocking. This undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, along the way, many people followed these carts to see where they were going. However, when they found out that these people were actually from Mount E, and they were all from White Deer College, everyone was in an uproar. Because long ago, they had heard that President Zhang had stirred up more than 300,000 pigs up the mountain. Then, not long after, there was this pork that was famous in Chang'an. After that, there was a rumor outside Chang'an city that there was a type of pig that no one had ever seen before. And now, the appearance of these pigs, as well as the appearance of these people, instantly made everyone come to a realization. This seemed to be, was it really made by President Zhang Feng? However, this was the big day of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although this pig was not bad, why would it appear here at this time? Therefore, all the people could not help but follow these carts to the phosphate fertilizer factory outside the city. At this moment, just as these carts were about to cross the suspension bridge over the moat, all of a sudden, a series of shrill screams came from behind. This time, everyone, including the guards at the city gate, looked over. Even Niu Weili and the old village chief turned around abruptly. They saw a skinny man in his 40s lying on the ground beside Tu Fuzheng's carriage. He was really yelling. One of his hands was hugging his leg, while the other was hugging the wheel of the carriage. When he saw everyone looking over, his roar became even more shrill. "Man, Zheng Tufu killed someone. Does anyone care? Murder." Hearing this, Zheng Tufu's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Looking at the crowd, Zheng Tufu shouted, "Old Zheng my ass, you mother of ***. Don't cause trouble for Lao Tzu. Can we talk about your matters later? I have something important to do today." "I don't care. You crush my leg. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll go find the county magistrate and reason with him." Elder Zheng was lying on the ground. When he saw Zheng Tufu coming over, he hugged Zheng Tufu's leg and refused to let go. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. At this time, how could Niu Weili have the time to care about this trivial matter? Annoyed, he walked over and scolded, "Men, tie up this blind dog for this official." Instantly, that old Zheng panicked. Zheng Tufu's expression was also a little unnatural. He hurriedly said, "Lord Niu, please calm down. This person is my younger brother. He just saw that I've been living a better life recently, so he thought." Niu Weili did not care about this trivial matter. He waved his hand and said, "There's only 2 more hours until noon. If you mess up this important matter, your family will have to move. You see for yourself." While speaking, Neo Whaley hurried to the old village chief and said, "Old village chief, if there's really no other way, let's go first. We'll come back after old Zheng has settled it." No, he's the only one who knows how to kill pigs. Without waiting for him to finish, Neo Whaley said speechlessly, "Isn't it just killing a pig? When the time comes, how can so many people suffocate a pig?" While speaking, Neo Whaley took the lead and led the rest of the people and carriages to the phosphate fertilizer factory. Only Zheng Tufu and his family were left there bickering. At this time, that old Zheng did not even care about the county magistrate. He became even more arrogant. His words made the passers-by unable to listen to him any longer. Anyway, he said whatever was unpleasant to hear. At this time, the people who were being targeted because of this matter began to spread from the suspension bridge of the moat to the city gate. This was originally their family matter. Moreover, the city gate guards knew Zheng Tufu and White Deer College's matter. After all, they saw people from White Deer College coming in and out every day. Not only were these people generous, but they were also not arrogant at all. In the eyes of the city gate guards, they were as polite as brothers. At this time, things seemed to be getting more and more out of control. The city gate guards could not sit still anymore. They stepped forward. The city gate guards directly used long hair to prick up old Zheng's fart. Men dragged Lao Tzu to the prison. This time, old Zheng's fart exploded. He hurriedly looked at the guards and said, "It was the county magistrate who told us to settle it ourselves. Sir, please understand." The city gate guard pursed his lips and crossed his arms. He pointed at his feet and said, "Other than here, he's in charge of other places. However, this is Lao Tzu's territory. You dare to cause trouble here? Now, Lao Tzu is telling you that I now suspect that you're closely related to the fire in Chang'an City. Men, escort him to the prison of the Ministry of Justice and wait for interrogation." This time, everyone was in an uproar. It was obvious that he did not like old Zheng. Otherwise, how could this small matter be related to the fire in Chang'an City? Him? Was he worthy? Chapter 16:31. The disturbance on the moat did not affect today's matter at all. On the contrary, everyone's mood was even higher now. Old Zheng fought this person. Because Zheng Tufu had made a fortune, he wholeheartedly wanted to get a piece of the pie. However, everyone here knew that these were all Principal Zhang Feng's businesses, and Zheng Tufu was just a caretaker. However, he was the type who had the final say in terms of money and whatnot. That was equivalent to saying, President Zhang handed everything to Zheng Tufu. She even gave him money to come up with ideas. But President Zhang did not care about the money he earned. In the past 2 months, Zheng Tufu's business grew bigger and bigger. His influence was also growing. Hence, his poor relatives gathered around him. As for the purpose, naturally they all knew. Now that he was in jail, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, from this matter, it could be seen that Principal Zhang and the White Deer Academy's reputation was truly great. They were actually able to make everyone so obedient. Even the guards at the city gate were helping them. How could they not be excited? At this moment, outside the phosphate fertilizer factory, old He, Zhu Zi's father, and the others were pacing around anxiously. Li Shimin also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. The experiment on the stage was still ongoing, although the experiment was very simple. The 2 water troughs, which were about 5 feet wide, were carefully replaced with a copper water trough in the middle. However, the water trough was in the shape of a barrel. There were some inch-high holes on it. There was a section of pipe in each of these holes. This made people feel uncomfortable. They did not know what was going on. Below the pipe, there were a few black pipes. They did not know what material they were made of. They were very soft, but also very hard. These things occupied the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. In a large field in the middle of the phosphate fertilizer factory, they were like 2 copper rivers. They looked very mysterious. However, below the 2 water troughs in the lower half of the field was a huge pond. The pond had been smeared with cement transported from Mount Shao. At this time, due to the injection of clear water, It looked quite magnificent. However, there were schools of miscellaneous fish jumping happily in the pond. Beside the pond was the road leading down the mountain. The road was also paved with cement. The entire phosphate fertilizer plant gave off only one feeling. That was heroism. After all, at this time, cement could only be used in the imperial palace, the houses of the princes and ministers, and the streets of Chang'an City. But here, from the foot of the mountain to the field on the mountain, and those houses were almost all made of this stuff. This thing, but it was precious. From this, it could be seen that President Zhang Feng and His Majesty attached great importance to this matter. However, after working for so long, the experiment was about to begin. However, the pig still hadn't arrived. To those who knew about this, they were all incredibly hesitant, not knowing what was going on. Why was there still no sign of the pig after so long? Li Shimin also said slightly to Yu Qigong, "Old Yu, quickly bring some experts to take a look. Don't let anything go wrong." Yu Qigong muttered, but he still went. After all, this matter was really too big. Such a big thing had happened in Chang and a few days ago. Today, everything was guarded except for the people transporting the pig. Logically speaking, this should be the time, but it was almost time. If they hadn't arrived yet, how could they not be worried? After all, even though Zhang Feng's shocking talent had shocked these merchants and the people of the outer regions, the phosphate fertilizer and this pork were the true highlight of the show. They couldn't be careless at all. However, less than the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Qigong hurried back. Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw Niu Weili and the old village chief behind him, he was relieved and once again watched the performance of Li Changxian and the others on the stage. At this time on the stage, following the operation of Li Changxian and the others. At this time, all the materials and equipment were installed under the command of the following people. And the sound of the pigs squealing attracted the attention of the merchants, the common people, and the ministers. But at this time, the focus of everyone's attention was still the phosphate fertilizer. So although they were still surprised and shocked at this time, what was this pig? However, his eyes were fixed on the people on the stage. Zheng Tufu and the others were not idle either. After drinking a bowl of water, Old He urged anxiously, "Hurry up and kill the pig. Look at the time. Is there enough time in 2 hours?" Zhang Feng also saw the situation here. After giving instructions to Li Changxian and the others, and chatting with Li Xiaogong and the others, and after a speech, he hurried to the kitchen here. As soon as he came in, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and the others sitting on the small bench in surprise, and said, "Lao Li, what do you mean by this? We have prepared a seat for you over there." Ui. Hearing this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "There are high-ranking officials and dignitaries everywhere. It's not appropriate for us to go there. Besides, in today's situation, do you think it's appropriate for me to go there? What if that crafty woman gets hold of something that can be used against us? Today's matter will be blown up." Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. After all, many people in the court knew that Lao Li and the others were secretly communicating with the ministers in the court. Zhang Feng didn't need to guess to know, but almost everyone pretended not to know. But if that bastard Cui Yingying exposed this matter, it wouldn't be fun. So, Zhang Feng didn't insist. After giving a few people a cigarette, he asked Old He and the others to quickly help kill the pig. Wait, this pig was the highlight. This time, Zheng Tufu instantly tore off the expensive clothes on his body and said generously, "Come, come, come, give me 10 good men. The rest of you boil water for me. Today we are killing a pig in front of all the ministers. This is an opportunity that I will never encounter in my life. What are you waiting for? Let's do it." Chapter 1632. Above, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was being carried out in a hustle and bustle. Below, the people in Tongwei Fong were sharpening their knives for pigs and sheep as if they were celebrating the new year. Moreover, there were hundreds of people in Tongwei Fong. Almost all the dishes had been prepared, and the brine had been prepared long ago. The bursts of fragrance could be smelled at least a mile away. Today, Zhang Feng wanted to make a big deal out of it. The best way to make it known to the entire Chang and all the people around Chang. Therefore, although the experiment had begun, there was still an endless stream of people coming. And this made the chefs in Tong Hui Fong suffer. In the end, Li Shimin had no choice but to hurriedly send people to Chong and city and call all the chefs in the Chong and hotel over. For a moment, a strange scene appeared at the foot of the entire Longzhou Mountain. On the platform above, there was complete silence. And at the kitchen less than 100 steps away, there was an uproar at this time. The pig roared as if it didn't care about its life or its cost, chasing and cursing chickens and ducks, and the frightened cackling of chickens and ducks made this place more lively than those high officials and dignitaries on the platform. But this made Li Shimin and the others suffer. At this time, several people wanted to leave, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. But if they didn't leave at this time, they were already covered with chicken feathers, but this farce didn't last long, and their attention was attracted by a jujube red horse. To be precise, almost all the ministers couldn't help but look at the entrance of the phosphate fertilizer factory. They saw that at the intersection. A jujube red horse was striding over, snorting with each step. Such a strong horse didn't attract much attention, but what attracted everyone was the young man on the horse's back. Even Li Shimin was a little expectant at this time, wondering what this person was doing here. The person who came was Niu Jinda's son, Niu Jianhu. Wasn't Niu Jianhu's leg broken? Why did he come at this time? Zhang Feng naturally saw Niu Jianhu as well, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If it was in the future, such a serious injury would require at least half a year of recovery before he could barely walk. Even if the tonics in this era were all natural, coupled with the fact that one's family was rich and could eat bone soup for every meal, it still wouldn't be so quick to recover, right? After pondering for a while, Zhang Feng gave himself an answer. Perhaps it was because of his strong physique. Student Niu Xiaohu greets the dean. The moment he saw Zhang Feng, Niu Jianhu hurriedly and carefully dismounted from his horse and then straightened his back. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar, especially the people from the Third Ministry and the Imperial College of Hongwenguan. At this moment, the commoners who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I say, who is this Niu Xiao? I don't know, I've never heard of it. But look at those adults, they all look very shocked. Could it be that they all know this person? Who knows? Let's wait and see. I think there will be a good show to watch with his arrival. Of course, Zhang Feng heard it clearly. Li Shimin and the others couldn't sit still anymore and stood up one after another. Niu Jianhu couldn't help but almost knelt down due to his weak knees. Little nephew Niu Xiaohu greets the uncles. Good. Xiaohu, is your leg okay? Li Shimin couldn't help but step forward excitedly, pulled Niu Jianhu and asked. At this time, Niu Jianhu was wearing a brownish-red robe. If Li Shimin hadn't said it, no one would have known that there was a problem with his leg. At this time, the commoners finally listened carefully. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Niu Jianhu was also unusually excited at this time. 3 days ago, he accidentally found that he could walk again. His father had to go to Chiotzi with the crown prince, so he had a lot of things to do and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Because of his leg, the family didn't call him unless it was necessary. But this kid couldn't sit still. When he found out about the phosphate fertilizer factory 3 days later, how could he be so anxious? Therefore, under the decision of the higher-ups, he tried to walk again. However, he didn't do it well and fell, alarming the maids and servants in the family. In an instant, the elders in the family came out one by one to reprimand him. Niu Jianhu was so angry, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only hang his head and suffer an entire day of ideological education. Originally, he wanted to tell everyone that his leg was fine. But how could his family believe his words? After all, his right leg was still tied with a bamboo clip at this time. Only at night, under Niu Jianhu's coercion, did he ask his personal maid to find him some tools to remove the bamboo clip on his leg. The 3 iron rods that were originally embedded in his leg bone had been removed long ago. However, Zhang Feng warned that although these things were removed, it was still dangerous at this time. If he made a big move, the leg bone that had just been fixed would crack again. But how could he care about that at this time? It was uncomfortable to hold his breath. He simply endured the discomfort and stood up again. But this time, something magical happened. Although there was still some weakness in his right leg, it allowed him to move slowly. This made Neo Jianhu excited for the whole night. But from the next day, he didn't go out and practiced walking at home all day. Until today, when the people in the family found the bamboo clip that he threw outside the courtyard wall, they found out about him. However, at this time, Neo Jinhu had already stolen Neo Jinda's beloved horse and came here. Thinking about it now, Neo Jinhu still felt uncontrollably excited. He tried hard to calm himself down. Neo Jinhu slowly lifted his right leg and walked step by step toward Li Shimin. But this action of his made the people from the third department, Li Chengxian and the others who were doing the experiment, and the people from the Hongwanguan Imperial College, go into an uproar. Oh my God, this kid's leg is fine? Chapter 1633. At this time, the people who were most shocked were the people of the three tribes, Ouyang Kai, Lu Hongwan, and the others. They had seen Neo Jianhu's leg injury with their own eyes. Even Dr. Sun would not be able to treat such an injury. After all, this kid's leg bone had pierced through his skin. Logically speaking, it should have been cut off to save his life. However, not only did Zhang Feng not cut off his leg, he even reconnected it. How long had it been? 2 months? 2 months. Although Neo Jianhu still seemed to be walking unsteadily at this time, he was able to walk after all. What did this prove? Previously, they were only shocked. As for whether Neo Jianhu could walk or not, they did not have much hope. However, at this time, what did they see? They saw that Neo Jianhu actually appeared in front of them again, but the kind that was standing. How could this not be shocking? At this time, Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and the others were also very shocked. But at the same time, they were also a little excited and happy. They were happy because Neo Jinda's only son was finally saved. After all, he was a minister in the imperial court. After all, it was not good to hear that his leg was broken. At this time, seeing that Neo Jinhu's leg was cured, Li Shimin and the others were naturally happy for Neo Jinda. And they were excited because this matter could finally be put to use in the Battle of Chiotzi soon. Li Shimin would rather fix the broken bones of those soldiers than choose to abandon them. After all, it took much more time to train a new soldier than a year, especially those who were stationed at the border. They were all treasures. If one of them was lost, it would really be one less. Those new soldiers needed at least a year of training before they could go to the battlefield. However, such a battlefield would take at least 3 years. Therefore, at this time, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin were so excited. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly pulled Neo Jianhu and made him sit down. Then, he lifted up his trousers. In such a short period of time, Cheng Yaojin pulled up his pants. Ouyang Kai, Li Shaogong, and the rest also slowly walked over. Their eyes were fixed on Neo Jianhu's legs, not daring to blink. After all, compared to what happened on the stage, there was simply no comparison. If this method of resetting a broken leg was real, then it would definitely cause an uproar all over the world. It was truly a miracle in the medical world. However, phosphate fertilizer was different. Previously, everyone knew that he would succeed. Today, they were only here to see how he operated it. What did this have to do with them? All they had to do was pay for the phosphate fertilizer. But this was different. If one day they broke their legs, this thing might come in handy. This was a matter of great importance to him. They cherished their lives more than anyone else, which was why they were like this. Fengzi, come and take a look. Is your leg really healed? Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. This thing was related to the reputation of White Deer College's medical department. If something went wrong, then where would he recruit medical geniuses in the future? Zhang Feng hurriedly squatted down. Although he really didn't understand this thing, he still pretended to use his fingers to tap everywhere, asking if it hurt here, where it was itchy, and so on. After a while, Zhang Feng put down Neo Jinhu's leg and scolded. Your leg is fine, but if you keep running like this, there will definitely be a big problem in less than 3 days. Moreover, you will probably be a cripple for the rest of your life. Go back and recuperate right now. You cannot walk more than 2 hours a day. After a month, you will be fine. Neo Jianhu said that he was fine with a smile, but he was more agitated than anyone else. At this time, When he heard Zhang Feng say this, he panicked. Cripple. Damn it. Why don't I just kill him? At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, Niu Jianhu finally took it seriously. He hurriedly bowed and said, Yes, Dean. While speaking, Niu Jianhu cupped his fists at the crowd and then hurriedly rode away. After he left, Zhang Feng looked at the shocked crowd, cupped his fists, and said, Everyone, this person is my student. 2 months ago, he broke his right leg in an accident. Later on, he was treated and only recovered today. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was still pretending to be cool on the stage, Li Shimin glanced at Li Xiaogong and said in a low voice, Let's wait for a while. We will deal with this matter as we see fit. By the way, let's talk about it. Li Xiaogong was stunned. When he was about to ask Li Shimin, he saw that the emperor was still smoking with the kitchen staff at this time. In an instant, Li Xiaogong had a headache. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was pretending to be cool, he had to ask everyone to return to their seats. After all, if they surrounded Zhang Feng like this, it would not only be a disgrace to the gentleman, but also a joke. Even if there was something serious, when this matter was over, it would not be a problem. At most, they could directly go to Zhang Feng's house and wait there. This guy would not go back to see them, right? At the thought of those good things, Li Xiaogong's heart was itching. Here, everything that Zhang Feng did today was enough for everyone present to earn endless wealth. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be done slowly. Chapter 1634. Just when everyone was thinking about it, Li Xiaogong coughed and said, President Zhang, why don't we discuss it later? How about we talk about it after the matter here is settled? Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and said, That's great, that's great. What happened just now was really an accident. Everyone, shall we continue? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, how could anyone have any other thoughts? They had no choice but to return to their seats reluctantly. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about it, and Li Qinhuang was also like this. How could everyone not know what Li Qinhuang was planning? Seeing this, everyone could only cup their fists and pretend that they didn't know anything. They returned to the stage again. However, at this time, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was really not worth looking at. Basically, there were only a few things. At this time, everyone's attention was completely attracted by the broken leg of Niu Jianhu and the glass that appeared in this experiment, as well as the artificial ice. After all, the method that could regenerate a broken leg and the method that could make ice out of nothing were absolutely rare in the world. More importantly, they were looking at the bottles and jars used for the experiment on the stage. How could anyone be in a mood to look at these? They had long been attracted by the magical things that Zhang Feng fiddled with. But after all, the experiment had progressed to this step. Everyone could only continue patiently. At this time, on the stage, Li Chengxian and the others saw this and gradually recovered from their shock. They shook their heads and hurriedly asked everyone to continue the experiment. The experiment was actually very simple. It was just a magnification of the usual experiment by dozens or even hundreds of times. The experiment was still the same as before, but the instruments used for the experiment had turned into huge toys. Under Zhang Feng's order, a team of craftsmen not far away dragged a few large carts of grayish-white stones over. These people wore leather masks on their faces, and their mouths were wrapped with a strange thing. At this time, Li Chengxian bowed and said, Please put on your masks quickly. This thing is the raw material of phosphate fertilizer, phosphate rock. The poisonous things that were rumored to be in the market are indeed poisonous, but the poisonous part is this raw material. What do you mean this thing is poisonous? Oh my God, what's going on? Almost the masks, where did the masks go? Who can give me a mask? Oh my God. In the midst of the exclamations, the people of the 3 tribes panicked and hurriedly looked for masks everywhere. Li Chengxian seemed to be prepared. After seeing this, he waved his hand again. The workers of the phosphate fertilizer factory quickly came out with a large tray of masks. At this time, the people of the 3 tribes were like crazy, scrambling for these masks. Zhang Feng seemed to pretend that he didn't see it, and he signaled the start of it. After all, from the very beginning, these people already knew all the information about phosphate fertilizer. However, since everyone was still the same, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. Moreover, The phosphate rock had been stored for a long time now, so there was basically no toxicity to speak of. Therefore, smelling it now did not have any effect. Moreover, at this time, the place they were in was not that kind of enclosed environment, so the toxicity of the situation they encountered was simply negligible. Just as everyone was panicking, they saw Li Chengxian and the others on the stage chuckle. They called out to the crowd and poured all the phosphate ore from one of the carts onto a glass jar that was 10 feet tall. Then, some craftsmen lit the firewood under the large glass jar. With a boom, the firewood was ignited. The craftsman who added water and phosphate rock on top quickly closed the lid. Then, they connected a black pipe made of unknown material to the large copper pipe that was prepared in advance and connected it to the port above the water tank. Although this matter looked very simple, at this time, with everyone's actions slowly, in an instant traces of smoke could be seen emerging from the pipes. These pipes may be simple, but in any case, these pipes had just been connected and the fire under the jar below had just been lit. This jar had just been lit. Why was there smoke? What was the matter with the smoke? Just as everyone was waiting in shock and anxiousness. In the time it took to eat a meal, traces of smoke could be seen rising from the brass pipe. At first, no one paid attention to it and mistakenly thought that it was smoke caused by the burning firewood. However, the smoke gradually became so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, the entire pipe was filled with thick smoke. At this time, everyone couldn't sit still. However, the people on the stage didn't seem to notice at all. They continued to increase the fire under the large glass jar. In an instant, everyone was horrified to find that. At this time, this brass pipe that occupied the entire square was filled with smoke. They saw that Ma Zhou and the others didn't just stand there. Instead, they followed Hao Chu Jun and the others down the pipe and walked towards the pool below. Everyone was speechless and surprised. They followed them down one after another to see what was going on. Chapter 16:35. When they came to the bottom of the pool, in an instant, he was shocked speechless by the mist floating on the surface of the pond. However, if you exclude the floating or struggling fishes on the surface of the water surface at this time was like a fairyland. Although there were waves, the mist above it made people feel like they were in a fairyland. At this moment, Ma Zhou and the rest acted as though they did not see anything amidst the exclamations of the crowd. They quickly used a stick and stirred the water with all their might. Then, they used a small ladle-like object to poke at the bottom for a while. Instantly, everyone saw that there was a layer of white substance in the ladle in Hao Chujuan's hand. Instantly, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is phosphate fertilizer? On the other side, Zhang Feng did not care about what happened here. After all, it was destined to happen. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about it. As long as there was no big accident, the opening of the phosphate fertilizer factory could be completed perfectly, and it achieved an unexpected effect, especially Niu Xiaohu's last hit, which made Zhang Feng almost want to go up and kiss him. If Niu Xiaohu did not appear today, Zhang Feng would have forgotten about this matter. His appearance today would only make this matter more beautiful and achieve the best effect. There was also the phosphate fertilizer. After all, phosphate fertilizer was a necessary thing to improve the state of food in the Tang dynasty. It was also an important thing to solve the crisis of the Tang dynasty. In the agricultural era, food was the hard currency of a country. Without food, it was basically useless. The reason why Zhang Feng took out these bottles and jars today was actually premeditated. Although this thing wasn't a secret to Zhang Feng, and it wasn't heavy either, it was just a piece of glass. However, Zhang Feng always remembered that this was the Great Tang Dynasty. At this time, glass could only be called colored glass. At this time, the technology of making glass was not mature and could not be forged into that kind of transparent glass. On the one hand, it was because of the temperature. On the other hand, it was because there was nothing that could withstand the melting point of this dry pot. But after all, Zhang Feng used to be a college student. For these things, he had some understanding of common experimental courses. Therefore, he could make this thing. Coincidentally, Zhang Feng also met a group of talents brought back by Niu Jinda and others from the Western region. Without this master, Zhang Feng really did not dare to guarantee that he could make it in a short time. Moreover, it was transparent glass, but at least it was made. However, this thing could not be enjoyed alone. It needed to be shared with others. More importantly, it needed to be turned into something useful, such as the golden ingot, which was a real good thing. What he lacked was such an opportunity. Zhang Feng had been pondering over this matter for some time, and the people who needed this item and those merchants who could discover the business opportunities of this item would definitely come after hearing the news. It was to the extent that some merchants from outside the realm would flock over, and what they needed was such an opportunity. After all, he was really short of money now. Although his previous businesses had already allowed him to make a lot of money, he still had more than 3,000 mouths to feed after all. Moreover, he had bought so much land some time ago. At this time, Zhang Feng really didn't have much money in his pocket. If he didn't develop some side businesses, he really didn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to survive this year. Most importantly, if this batch of goods could be sold, Zhang Feng could guarantee that these goods would be sold all over the Western region before the end of the year, which was the Spring Festival. At this time, if he gave these businessmen hope, it would be a large batch of orders next year. It was really not a big deal. So what if he gave it away? What he cared about was long-term strategic cooperation and business exchanges. After all, when the time came, he would open up his own trade route after he obtained the trade center of Chotzi City. The pork and glass products were some of the most important things in the future. This was Zhang Feng's main plan. However, he never expected that someone would actually give him such a big pillow when he was sleepy. That person was Cui Yingying. At this time, he did not know whether to thank or hate this woman. She actually jumped out at this critical time and gave him a fatal blow. Originally, Zhang Feng thought that this ice would be made next year. After all, although Zhang Feng was involved, he had this idea when he made ice for the first time. However, it was already autumn at that time. For some places in the northern region and the western region, snow and ice had already covered the sky. At this time, the businessmen could already harvest and use it. Therefore, there's almost no need to make ice. Therefore, Zhang Feng planned to launch this thing in spring or early summer next year. The sensation it would cause would definitely be unprecedented. At the very least, it would be cool in the Imperial Palace in summer. This would cause quite a stir. Zhang Feng was even sure that the emperor would definitely be pleased. At that time, it would be easy for him to become an official or something. However, after being provoked by Cui Yingying today, Zhang Feng could only beat her at her own game and get this thing out. According to his observation, this thing seemed to cause an unprecedented sensation. Then, Chapter 1636. At this moment, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, with a smile. He found that Zhang Feng was secretly delighted at this moment. He couldn't help but pat Zhang Feng's shoulder in surprise. "Fengzi, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Feng tried hard to calm himself down. He coughed and said, Nothing. I just thought of something funny." Li Shimin felt a little strange, but what could he do if Zhang Feng didn't say anything? He just sighed and said, "These things are hidden very well. If I didn't come here secretly today, were you not going to tell me these things?" Zhang Feng pretended to be confused. He scratched his head and asked, "Laoli, what are you talking about? With our relationship, do I need to hide it like this?" "Huh." Li Shimin smiled insincerely and pursed his lips. "Then you're talking about these glazed cups and this ice. I remember this glazed cup. I seem to have seen it when I was looking for you on the mountain, but you didn't seem to have any interest in it at all. Today, you're actually so generous to take it out. Are you holding back some big move?" With that said, Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly pricked up their ears. They also knew what Li Shimin was thinking at this time. However, they didn't say anything because they were also thinking about this thing. If they could really get this thing, it would be great. Ice was a good thing, especially on a hot summer day. Having a bowl of ice water was simply better than being a god. But there were still people who couldn't sit still, such as Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin also added oil to the fire and sighed with a strange expression. "Aya, you still say that we're brothers. This confirms the old saying that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Such a good thing, but as brothers, you don't even have it. Instead, you want to hide it. How could Zhang Feng not hear the sarcasm in their words? He glared at Chang Yaojin speechlessly. I say, old Chun, can you not be so sarcastic? Don't think that I don't know that Tai Nio and the others brought a lot of things back to Chang and university. Do you really think that I'm a clueless person who doesn't know anything? What's more, Tai Nio was the most diligent at that time, followed by Li Gong. Not to mention Bing, they took almost half of my things home. Now you're saying that I'm hiding it? Where's your conscience? Seeing that his lie had been exposed, Li Shimin's face was a bit embarrassed. Although Li Changxian was indeed a lot of things that he had brought back, for Li Shimin, who had such a large family, those things were simply a drop in the bucket. There wasn't even enough to go around. When it was his turn, how could there be anything good left behind? But this time, due to some things, he couldn't say anything. He just pretended that he didn't know. The alliance changed the topic. Fengzi, you brought out such good things this time. Are you planning to export them? Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. He glanced at Li Shimin and said, Not bad, Lao Li. As expected of a business family. You've guessed it so quickly. You're right. Today's opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory is actually an excuse. After all, you know that buying ores and other miscellaneous things requires a lot of money, and I haven't received any money for a month or two. So I'm guessing that your side might have encountered such a situation. I'll rely on you and those things. We can't always live off our savings. We have to find some ways to make money. Most importantly, didn't you say that the Qianbei City gave us the Qianbei City? Since the trade route in Qiuzi City has been handed over to us, shouldn't we open up our own trade route since it was taught to us? Look at the things that appeared today, as well as the many merchants who came. This is inevitable, but it also makes me feel a bit incredulous. After all, we've been planning this for a whole month, and we've been waiting for today. So, I've been prepared before this. We don't expect to make much money from the phosphate fertilizer, and we're not willing to sell it to the outside world. So we have to think of other ways. That's why we came up with this. However, today's matter is beyond my expectations, especially this Chui Yingying. She's helped me a lot. Think about it. The seafood and other things that were transported from Jinla are basically all dead, and the losses on the road are serious. We have to bear all these costs, so we can save a lot. Even the loss of the journey and the time spent traveling back and forth will be reduced by more than half. I believe you all know how to calculate this. As for the western regions, due to geographical reasons, it has always been relatively dry and the temperature is generally higher. Therefore, our current trading products are almost the same as before, such as some meat, poultry, and so on. Because it is not easy to preserve them, we can't sell them to those places. This is a huge loss. Now that the Qianbei City's commercial products are basically in our hands, why don't we develop a new commercial product? Chapter 1637. After all, Li Shimin was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he understood a lot of things. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, he could not help but excitedly put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder. Did you plan all this long ago? Zhang Feng shrugged. If it weren't for Chui Yingying, this plan would probably be delayed until May next year. Because of Chui Yingying, our plan has to be brought forward today. But I'm worried that although the plan has been brought forward, it will have to wait until at least next year when the situation is temporarily stabilized before it can be carried out. At this time, Li Shimin's mind only encountered this word and the things that Zhang Feng said. For the Tang dynasty, this was like a timely reign. At this time, money was needed everywhere in the Tang dynasty. The military department had basically owed a lot of profits to the military. It was at least 3 months in arrears. Even at this time, winter was about to come. Li Shimin was also worried about the winter clothes and other things for the generals in the military. He was so worried that he could not sleep all day. Everything needed money. The reason why Li Shimin did not dare to fight this time was that he lacked money and food. Once the war started, the damaged machines would completely drain the Tang dynasty. Although there were many industries supporting the military at this time, this was only enough to maintain the current situation caused by the famine in the Tang dynasty. This was only enough to maintain the situation. It was still too early to really offset the two, not to mention the problems caused by the emergence of new weapons at this time. Money was needed everywhere. Although he had tried everything to get money and even began to print a lot of banknotes, it was just a blank check after all. He was very clear about the drinks stored in the military and the vaults of various places. If he took these things and exchanged them, where would he get the things to exchange? There is only one word to describe them: poverty. It's coming out. Phosphate fertilizer. Phosphate fertilizer is coming out. Following a cry of surprise, Li Shimon's sorrow was instantly interrupted. Li Shimon took a deep breath and looked at the sea of people who were crying out in surprise. He knew that now was not the time to talk about this. He stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." After all, it was not the right time to think too much. He had to deal with the phosphate fertilizer first and see what the merchants wanted from ice, pork, and lioli before discussing other things. Zhang Feng naturally didn't have the time to play these childish games with him. All he knew was that after receiving compliments from the crowd, endless merchants, nobles, and ministers would come to befriend him. After Zhang Feng promised, he said he signaled Chen Shumo and the others with his eyes to go to the kitchen. After learning about the situation in the kitchen, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, please be quiet, everyone." After shouting for 2 or 3 times, everyone present slowly quieted down. However, everyone's gaze was still focused on the phosphor fertilizer in the white pond. After all, the phosphate fertilizer in the pool was just produced with their own eyes, and the consumption was only a few carts of ores. When had they ever seen such a magical item? Piles of ores that looked like dirt magically turned into a pool of white foam right in front of their eyes. And this thing was the legendary phosphate fertilizer that could increase the yield of grain by tens of times. Furthermore, it had only taken him less than 2 hours to do so. Looking at the pool at this time, everyone was smart. How could they not know the profit in it? To produce such a pool in 2 hours, one could imagine how much could be produced in a day. Moreover, everyone present at this time came for this thing. But after seeing this thing, who would be in the mood to do anything else? Even the glass and ice just now were suppressed in the bottom of their hearts at this time. Seeing Zhang Feng speak, everyone finally calmed down with difficulty. When Zhang Feng saw this, he laughed and cupped his fists. "Everyone, I know how you feel about the phosphor fertilizer. Let's put this matter aside for now. There will naturally be someone who will discuss this matter with you later. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to let all of you have a taste of something good that this brat made. I believe that all of you should know about the braised meat, right?" When he said that, everyone instantly thought of the fat pigs just now. Everyone was shocked. Could it be the thing President Zhang was talking about now was this big fat pig? Just as everyone was surprised, Zhang Feng slowly said, "That's right. I think everyone has already guessed it. It is indeed as everyone has guessed. It is those pigs just now. These pigs are not simple. Everyone, do you know how long it has been since these pigs were born?" How would they know this? They could only look at each other and wait for Zhang Feng to continue. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhang Feng could only rub his nose and say, "To be honest, these pigs only took a short 3 months. To be precise, it took less than 3 months for them to grow into what they are today." What? They grew to this size in 3 months? Chapter 1638. In an instant, everyone turned pale with fright. However, seeing that he had achieved his goal, Zhang Feng ignored everyone's exclamations and questions. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please come and taste it today. I guarantee that this pig is completely different from the pork you have seen before. However, I still need you to help me taste the difference. As for the specifics, Zheng Tufu will explain to everyone later. I'll leave all of this to Zheng Tufu. Everyone, please have your meal first. After dinner, we'll discuss the good and bad, as well as the phosphate fertilizer. What do you think?" As he spoke, Qin Shumo and the others had already called out to the people of Tong Hui Fong to bring out basins of delicacies. The advantage of having more people was that the tables and stools that had already been prepared were neatly arranged in the square. At this moment, everyone was carrying basins of meat and placing them on the tables. Smelling the tempting aroma, Everyone was already drooling. This time, not only did Zhang Feng prepare braised meat, he even prepared a variety of stir-fried dishes and even made a lot of red braised meat. After all, it was for these people to taste and promote the brand of pork. Therefore, Zhang Feng could be said to have put in a lot of effort this time. The old village head couldn't help but sigh when he saw these delicacies being taken advantage of so easily by these people. Every time he saw the plates of food and the meat on the table slowly diminishing, his heart ached as if it was dripping blood. Damn, this kid was too prodigal. He was simply a big prodigal. He didn't even have a bite of such good food. Instead, it was given to these ingrates. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Feng sneaked away dizzily. He used the method of urinating to sneak away. After all, he really couldn't withstand the continuous drinking, not to mention the others. Just the 3 departments, including Hong Wenguan, Li Xiaogong, and the others, added up to more than 100 people. Even if each person had a bowl, damn it, they would end up drinking themselves to death. Not to mention these people who wanted to make friends with him. Not to mention those merchants who were eagerly waiting for an opportunity to propose a toast. However, Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance was only so. After forcing himself to drink 5 bowls of wine, Zhang Feng had no choice but to surrender and beg for mercy. For Zhang Feng, drinking was just for fun. If it was the real drinking culture in the officialdom, Zhang Feng would not be able to drink so many people's toasts even if he drank himself to death. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to risk his life, he had to admit defeat. After all, Zhang Feng had more important things to do at this time, and that was to go home. There was also a cousin at home whom he had never seen before. She was waiting for him with a marriage contract that he was so worried about. How could he dare to tarry here? Zhang Feng's main purpose of coming down a mountain this time was to meet this cousin of his. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to come out. He believed that Li Gan and the others would definitely handle this matter better than him. After all, these guys were veterans at drinking. When Zhang Feng returned to the residence, he did not know if the news had already been sent back, but he saw that Du Ziding had been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Zhang Feng, Du Ziding seemed to have found her backbone. She quickly went up to him and explained everything clearly. Yesterday, a woman had already arrived. Although the family had already sent someone up the mountain to inform them, they met Yu Qigong halfway. Yu Qigong asked everyone to make arrangements for the woman while he went to inform them. However, they had waited for such a long time. How could the people in the residence not be anxious? After all, who knew if this woman was an enemy in disguise, or if she was really the family head's cousin? After all, the burning of Chang and had just happened a few days ago. No one dared to be careless. Before Zhang Feng entered the living room, he finally heard the ins and outs of the matter. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. "Old Du, are you sure this woman is from Liangzhou?" With a stomachache and gastritis, he said uncertainly, Probably. I haven't had time to ask. Besides, this woman's identity is special. She hasn't done anything out of line. So I think I can only wait for the family head to come back and make a decision." Zhang Feng was instantly unhappy when he heard this. He asked, "Where did Jia Daren go? Why didn't I see him today?" Du Ziding was stunned and quickly said, "Didn't the old master send him to the in-laws' residence in Chang and University to hold the fort?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he remembered this matter. He glared at her and asked, "What do you mean by probably? You're right. It's hard to say. Where did this woman come from? Didn't anyone go and find out? Also, you know that something big happened in Chang a few days ago. Why are you so bold when someone suddenly shows up?" When Du Ziding heard this, she immediately felt wronged and said, in reply to the old master, "Old you said to leave this matter to him. So I didn't ask about it for the time being. After all, this woman's accent does sound like the accent of the Phoenix Ridge area. I've been there before, so." Chapter 1639. When Zhang Feng heard this, he waved his hand speechlessly. He looked at Du Ziding and said, "Old Du, you can leave now. Remember, if you encounter something like this again in the future, ask around first." Hearing this, Du Ziding was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He apologized again and again before leaving. When Zhang Feng entered the study, he saw the back of a woman. She was wearing a pink gauze dress. The gauze dress was very ordinary, but that was only for rich people. It was indeed very ordinary. To ordinary people, it was definitely a rare item among rare items. To be able to wear it on this woman's body meant that her status was definitely not low. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng was even more depressed. After all, he did not know any cousin, nor was it that so-called Zhang Feng. At this time, the woman seemed to have reacted. She quickly turned around, and Zhang Feng finally saw her face clearly. Her appearance was actually not bad. Although she was not as pretty as the women Zhang Feng knew, and she was not as pretty as Cui Yingying, she had the kind of indescribable feeling that people who looked at her would remember her appearance. However, when the woman saw Zhang Feng, she did not seem to react at all. When Zhang Feng saw this, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Feng. Miss, may I ask who you are?" When the woman heard this, she reacted. Her expression was a bit strange. After a bit of etiquette, she said, "I am Zhu Kuer. Does Mr. Zhang still remember me?" Hearing this, Zhang Hong's head exploded. If he knew, why would he ask? However, it was not good to show it now. He just laughed and said, "Well, when I was at Phoenix Mountain, something happened. I basically forgot a lot of things." Then have you forgotten about your family?" After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhu Ke interrupted him and asked, "What?" Zhang Feng's expression froze. After thinking for a while, he said, "I won't hide it from you. Back then, my family was hit by a mountain flood. At that time, I was playing in the mountains. Fortunately, I was able to escape. Dan was not able to escape and was also affected by the mountain flood. It was because of this mountain flood that my head was hit by a heavy object. Although your life is not in danger, you don't remember anything of the past. Fortunately, I encountered an expert in the mountains and was able to escape the calamity. However, I really don't know anything about what happened before." Zhu Ke couldn't help but look a little disappointed. This time, she came to Chang'an for two reasons. First, after confirming Zhang Feng's identity, she wanted to see if Zhang Feng was indeed the widow of that uncle from Fengwang Ridge. Second, she wanted to fulfill the promise of marriage. After all, before the mountain flood last year, her family had wanted to arrange this marriage. However, because of the mountain flood, the marriage had been delayed. Not long ago, when her father found out about this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. After all, this was Zhu Kuer's most important marriage. After eavesdropping, she learned that Zhang Feng was still alive and that the poems from before, as well as all those amazing things, had been written by him. Only then did she decide to take the risk and come to Chang'an and alone to investigate. Fortunately, Zhu Ke met a good friend on the way, which saved her a lot of trouble on the way. However, when she saw Zhang Feng, the disappointment in her heart grew even heavier. From the looks of it, Zhang Feng was very similar to the Zhang Feng she knew. From the way he spoke, from the way he acted, and from every other aspect, he was the same. However, she still felt that this person was not the person she was looking for. This feeling was very strange, and it made her feel a little lost. Zhang Feng didn't know what was going on. Seeing Zhu Kuer's expression, one moment serious, the next hesitant, he hurriedly said, "Can you tell me about my past? I really don't know anything about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. It wasn't by accident. It was about the mountain flood. Everyone knows about it. I also learned about it from my teacher and the people of Fengwang Ridge. However, I don't know what really happened." Zhang Feng also didn't know why she was saying all this. However, he still wanted to know what kind of past this so-called Zhang Feng, who had the same name as her, had. After all, only by knowing the truth would he be able to ensure his safety when it came to his identity in the future. He didn't want to know that his relatives were coming to visit him every day. Most importantly, Zhang Feng was now even more curious. Was this fate's arrangement, or was there some other reason that had magically connected him to this person he had never met before? Moreover, even their appearances were the same. When he had forged this identity, Zhang Feng had just made it up casually. However, some of the things he had said were true. For example, in the future, which was the 21st century, the place where he had been born and raised was this place. Chapter 1640. It was just that the name was different this time. Perhaps it was because he missed his hometown that Zhang Feng said this place. However, fate seemed to play a big joke on him. There was actually a family with the surname Zhang in this place, and there was a young man with the surname Zhang. This young man was also called Zhang Feng, and even looked exactly the same as Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't know what had caused this, but he knew that there was an unknown power that had silently changed everything with Zhang Feng's appearance. Zhang Feng could even feel that his memory had been strengthened, and he was able to recall the things that had puzzled him in the past. He remembered that his memory had never been very good. However, his memory at this moment shocked even himself. Perhaps it was because he missed the 21st century too much, or perhaps it was because these things had accompanied his soul through time and space. But when Zhu Ke appeared, and when he learned that there really was a person called Zhang Feng had a feeling that something was wrong. But he was like a cloud of fog, shrouded in mystery. Zhang Feng even had a terrifying thought. Was this Zhang Feng really dead? Had he died in a mountain flood or something else? Perhaps this person was watching him from somewhere, or perhaps he was this Zhang Feng. Zhu Ke told him about the Zhang family in Phoenix Ridge from her memories, as well as what her parents had told her. After that, she stared closely at Zhang Feng. After a long time, she slowly told him about Zhang Feng's past. While the two of them were talking and listening to each other, Zhang Feng didn't know that a woman in an emerald green dress had appeared at the entrance of the villa. She looked very angry, as if she had been greatly wronged. The moment the guards at the entrance saw the woman, they became alert. After all, they still hadn't figured out why the master's fiancé had come yesterday. Also, the master had already entered the living room with the woman. There were some things that hadn't been leaked, so it was most likely true. This woman was the one who had accompanied the master's fiancé yesterday. Who would dare to offend her? When they saw the woman arrive, they didn't wait for her to speak before they hurriedly opened the door. After all, this woman's mouth was definitely the most terrifying in the real world. This woman was Cui Yingying, who had been wronged at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Cui Yingying had originally wanted to vent her frustrations on these dogs of a slave and then go to her good friends to tell them about Zhang Feng's bad image. But when she saw the situation, Cui Yingying couldn't get angry. She asked angrily, "Has your master returned?" The guards were stunned and hurriedly said, "The master has just returned." At this time, without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Cui Yingying lifted her skirt and rushed into the courtyard aggressively. One of the slightly more clever guards saw this and hurriedly threw the chi mei rod in his hand to his companion. Then, he ran into the courtyard like a madman. However, Du Zidong, who was rushing towards him, caught him in her arms. Du Zidong glared at the guard and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to be reincarnated or what?" The guard saw this and pointed at Cui Yingying, who had just walked into the villa's corridor, and said, "Housekeeper, look at her. Aren't you afraid that something will happen?" Du Zidong naturally saw Cui Yingying and waved her hand. "Just pretend that you didn't see this. Master has his ways to deal with it." When the guard heard this, he let out a long, "Oh." It was as if he had just thought of something incredible. Then, he left in a hurry with a smile on his face. As he left, an expression of understanding flashed across his face. It was as if to him, Cui Yingying was just like Zhu Ke, a member of the main family. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't know that danger was approaching. He also didn't know that Cui Yingying and Zhu Ke were close friends. Otherwise, he would have run to White Deer College and never come back down. But at this time, after hearing about the Phoenix Ridge incident, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Here, this is your brother's fault. But when you suddenly took out the marriage contract, I didn't know how to react. After all, you know about my situation. First, I had a marriage contract with Ms. Zhang Yuyao, and then with that, without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish, Zhu Ke smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I've already investigated cousin's situation. Although I don't care, my good friend seems to be very excited. I wonder if cousin has seen her today?" Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. But when he thought about it carefully, apart from Cui Yingying, he really hadn't seen any other woman at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. Not to mention bumping into some self-proclaimed good friend. Although there were many women at the phosphate fertilizer factory today, Zhang Feng was certain that none of them were good friends like Zhu Qier had said. Unless. Chapter 1641. Zhang Feng immediately thought of Cui Yingying, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you come from this time?" Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng strangely and said, "You really don't know about me?" Zhang Feng gave a wry smile and shrugged. Seeing this, Zhu Qier's eyes looked a little disappointed, but she still said, 16 years ago, my mother left Phoenix Mountain and married into Hunan Dao. Then, she moved with my father to Shandong. Although she didn't return to Phoenix Mountain, my mother and uncle often wrote letters to each other. Our marriage was settled 5 years ago, when Uncle and Annie went to Shandong. Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to what she said after that. His mind was only thinking about the place Zhu Qier had just mentioned. Shandong. Zhang Feng had a bad feeling about this, and the image of Cui Yingying appeared in his mind. Was the good friend Zhu Qier was talking about Cui Yingying? Wasn't this 2F** king coincidental? Zhang Feng was speechless. The previous matters had not been resolved yet, so why did such a thing suddenly pop up? And the worst part wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? And at this time, he finally understood why this Cui Yingying was so aggressive when she saw him. Originally, he thought that she was someone you knew and felt that you had been wronged, so she came to seek justice from him. But at the time, when Cui Yingying told him about Phoenix Mountain, he felt a little suspicious. But he hadn't thought about it that way. Now that Zhu Qier said this, Zhang Feng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. F***CK. Could this really be a coincidence? However, it was at this moment that Zhang Feng heard a name he absolutely didn't want to hear. Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng with surprise. She then looked at the door and stood up. Yingying, did you come back with my cousin? That was the name Zhang Feng didn't want to hear. If he had heard it on the street, he would have turned around and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. But it was all for naught. The more Zhang Feng didn't want to think about it, the more he thought about it. Zhang Feng didn't expect something like this to happen in his own home. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng felt a cold aura staring at him. Zhang Feng didn't need to think to know that it definitely came from Cui Yingying at the door. Zhu Qier looked at the two of them. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but she suppressed her curiosity. She pulled Cui Yingying to sit down and asked, Yingying, can you tell me what happened between you two? Here. This thief is definitely not the gentle cousin you said he was. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This thief's mouth is full of honey, and his heart is full of evil. He did it in front of so many people. He even did it in front of my grandfather, Hongwenguan Imperial College, and hundreds of people. Cui Yingying told him all the evil things Zhang Feng had done to her at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Zhang Feng could only lower his head and listen. Zhu Qier looked at the two of them strangely. He wanted to laugh, but Chen Kun couldn't allow himself to laugh. He could only patiently wait for Cui Yingying to finish speaking. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, Cousin, you guys are. Before he finished, Zhang Feng quickly said, Don't ask me that. Ask her. Who would ask someone like that in front of so many people? She's definitely here to cause trouble. If she wasn't a woman, I would have. What's wrong with you today? Do you want to kill me today? Cui Yingying immediately retorted. Zhang Feng immediately raised his hands in surrender. It was definitely not a wise move to argue with such a woman. Moreover, even if he won now, what could he do? Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders speechlessly. He simply lit a cigarette and slowly smoked. He no longer paid attention to Cui Yingying, who was talking nonstop. He suddenly felt that this woman's name was really not wrong. She was really like a bird, chattering nonstop. Moreover, she was a person. Zhang Feng felt some admiration for her chattering so much. She was really a F***king genius. After an hour, Cui Yingying's anger finally subsided. She slammed the table and stared at Zhang Feng. Young Master Zhang, how do you want to solve today's matter? Zhang Feng was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Cui Yingying and said, What does Miss Cui plan to do? Or rather, how does Miss Cui plan to deal with Zhang Feng? Cui Yingying didn't know what to say. Cui Yingying really didn't plan to do anything. After all, she knew from Zhu Qier that Zhang Feng's life was quite miserable. Since he was young, he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. However, this was something that happened to almost every rich young master. Even the Chui family, there were many stubborn young masters like this. However, the disaster last year had destroyed everything they had. If this happened to any other stubborn young master, they would definitely be unable to recover from the setback or something. Chapter 1642. However, after half a year of silence, Zhang Feng had done so many shocking things in Chang'an City. Even Cui Yingying had secretly collected many of Zhang Feng's poems. Sometimes, she would even picture Zhang Feng's face in her mind. It wasn't until she learned about Zhang Feng from her best friend that her admiration turned into anger. She thought that Zhang Feng was a scum of the society. However, in her heart, her love for Zhang Feng grew with each passing day. For example, although today's bet was set out of anger, the moment the bet was made, Cui Yingying actually had the impulse to admit defeat. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. From the moment Zhang Feng's poems spread in Shandong, Cui Yingying had already noticed him. She even fell in love with Zhang Feng like other girls. Especially after she found out about Zhang Feng's age, her love for him was no less than that of any other infatuated girl. However, when she wanted to express her joy and love to Zhu Qi, she heard from Zhu Qi that Zhu Qi was actually Zhang Feng's fiancé. She even brought up the marriage contract between her father and Zhang Feng's father. At that moment, when she saw the marriage contract, Cui Yingying was completely dumbfounded. She even had the thought of committing suicide several times. Therefore, when she found out that Zhu Qi wanted to sneak out of Chang and to see Zhang Feng, she didn't hesitate to encourage Master Yushan, who was her grandfather, to come to Chang'an City. That was why today's farce happened. However, this farce was nothing to Cui Yingying. However, for Zhang Feng and everyone present today, if Zhang Feng and the emperor wanted to pursue this matter, then the Cui clan in Shandong would have a hard time in the future. After all, Zhang Feng's influence was no less than the Cui clans, or even the entire Shandong's nobility. Even Zhang Feng had the ability to contend with him. And this ability was due to his age, as well as the miraculous things he had created at this time, as well as those unprecedented poems. Although there were only a dozen or so poems, according to the information leaked by Mr. Yushan, the poems Zhang Feng had created were absolutely not inferior to the Whitehead poem. And these poems were now in the hands of the emperor. What did this mean? The emperor actually took all these poems for himself. Who was the emperor? The emperor was Li Shimin. He had always thirsted for talented people. And more importantly, whenever the civil officials and all the Confucians in the world created something, Li Shimin, no matter how busy he was, would immediately go and take a look. After all, when the Tang dynasty was founded, countless Confucian scholars doubted its legitimacy, especially after the Wei River Alliance and the Xuanwoman Rebellion. All the Confucian scholars felt that Li Shimin only understood the political power on horseback and did not know what was the way of life, nor did he know how to rule the country according to literature and so on. These things were also the biggest pain in Li Shimin's heart. Everyone knew about this. Otherwise, Li Shimin would not have issued 3 edicts in a row to the world to seek talents. The emperor even wantonly promoted the imperial examination system. Or, every time the 4 great Confucian scholars in the capital created a wonderful poem, Li Shimin would even issue an imperial edict to tell everyone in the world. He even seemed to be a little impatient to let everyone see it. However, such a person was willing to keep Zhang Feng's poems in the hands of the imperial palace and forbade anyone from spreading them privately. What was the meaning of this? But even so, the dozen or so poems that had been passed down from generation to generation were like a shot of adrenaline to all the young scholars and Confucians in the world. Generally, everyone went crazy, wanting to set Zhang Feng as their goal and pursue the highest point of the literary world. In particular, Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet, when he was conferred the title of Great Confucian, and when he argued with Master Yushan, and so on. At this time, Zhang Feng had the ability to compete with Shandong. However, Zhang Feng did not know these things at this time, and even Li Shimin and the others did not know. After all, at this time, Zhang Feng had become the benchmark of the young generation of the Tang dynasty. This benchmark was built on the top of these big clans. However, at this time, Zhang Feng had indeed been defeated by a little girl. Zhang Feng innocently raised his hands and said, "Miss Chui, this one does not know when I have offended you. I also do not know if there is some misunderstanding between us. This one does not care about the bet. Miss Chui, please stop." Hearing this, Zhu Qier also tried to dissuade her. "Ying, that's enough. If there is really no end to this, can we sit down and talk about it?" The matter had already reached this point, and Cui Ying was also a little regretful. However, at this time, there was no time for her to regret. She could only say embarrassedly, "I will let you off today. Let's talk about our matters in the future. Let's talk about this first. Do you recognize this marriage? What do you plan to do with those women of yours?" Chapter 1643. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl's background was definitely more difficult to deal with than anyone else's. The Chui family. And she could even pull Mr. Yushan to back her up. If this matter was not handled well, something big would definitely happen. But even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone anything else. Cui Yingying's actions completely pissed off Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face darkened for the first time. He said, "Miss Cui, I don't know why you're here today, but congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Men, send the guests out. If these two come again in the future, throw them out." Zhang Feng's roar completely stunned Zhu Qier and Cui Yingying. What did he mean? Cui Yingying was a little confused. She asked like an idiot, "Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Do you want the world to laugh at you? There's real evidence, Air. Lao Tzu also told you today that if you didn't come today, then everything would be fine. Even if you wanted me to marry Air, it wouldn't be a problem. But you've been so aggressive since the start of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Do you know who came to the phosphate fertilizer factory today? Those are the people from the 3 divisions, as well as all the students in the world. Today, you almost ruined my plans. Seeing that you're a woman, I didn't pursue this matter, but you actually came to my house." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Cui Yingying, what are your intentions?" "Cousin." Zhu Qier was anxious. Originally, she had only come here secretly. Moreover, it was because of this matter. Recently, her family had also been discussing their marriage. She could use this opportunity to obtain many benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhu Qier had eavesdropped. This time, the things Zhang Feng had created, as well as the paper-making technique, had been passed down in Jiangnan and Shandong, but there weren't many of them. Therefore, this marriage was equivalent to using her in exchange for the family's future. Therefore, Zhu Qier had secretly discussed this with Cui Yingying. Under Cui Yingying's instigation, she went to the extreme and did this. But how could she have known that Cui Yingying would actually do such a thing today? First, there was a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although Zhu Qier wasn't sure how many high-ranking officials had come to the factory today, she could tell from the noise outside the door and what she learned when she came back that the people who had come today were all people the Zhu family couldn't afford to offend. And Cui Yingying actually, when she was chatting with Zhang Feng, she realized that although she still felt that Zhang Feng wasn't the Zhang Feng she was looking for, his humility and elegance had attracted her. But when Cui Yingying came, he got nothing. How could this not make Zhu Qier feel a little disappointed? Originally, he had said that he had encountered a flash flood and lost his memory. She had heard about this before. It was already very lucky to be able to survive the flash flood. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Feng could still calmly listen to her talk about her past. Zhu Qier could feel Zhang Feng's sincerity from his words and actions. But at this moment, a group of servants had already appeared at the door of the living room. Zhang Feng waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't even look at the 2 girls and said, "You two, please leave. I, Zhang Feng, have a small temple and can't accommodate the 2 of you. If there's anything, even if you go and complain to the emperor, I will wait here." Zhang Feng, "Today, if you don't let go, bastard, who do you think you are? Let go of your dirty hands." Amidst the mournful screams, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Cui Yingying and Zhu Qier were asked to leave the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything when he did this. Besides, this was the first time. If in the future some random cat or dog came with a marriage contract to collect debts, there was no identity information in this era and no proof. It would be so annoying. Besides, today's Chui Yingying made Zhang Feng uncomfortable. Originally, Zhu Qir's story was very detailed. Zhang Feng was also thinking about how to get rid of her. This marriage was absolutely impossible. After all, he wasn't that Zhang Feng. Besides, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to receive such an unknown person. However, this unruly girl, Chui Yingying, once again successfully stabbed him and gave him a way to successfully get rid of this trouble. At this moment, Zhang Feng even had the urge to thank her. However, Zhang Feng didn't know whether this was the Chui family's conspiracy or something else. After all, the fire of the previous example had not been completely extinguished. Zhang Feng didn't dare to be blinded at this juncture. Besides, you could at least come up with a honey trap. It would be better than this, right? Master, they've been asked to leave, but the girl in green is still cursing at the door. This matter, Butler Du Zeding reported with some worry. However, his eyes glanced at Zhang Feng from time to see his reaction. Zhang Feng didn't have any reaction. His eyes were calm as he said, "Go. Let someone report that there is a fierce woman cursing in the street." Chapter 1644. Du Zeding didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. After all, he had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Feng and the two girls. Not only did they cause a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory, they even dared to openly contradict a fifth-rank official here. This was a capital offense. Although he didn't know what had happened and what made the family head so agitated, it didn't matter to him now. At this time, Du Zeding hurriedly followed Zhang Feng's instructions. But at this time, he had to do what Zhang Feng said. When he hurried to the entrance of the mansion, he discovered that the noise outside the door, as well as the onlookers, had already disappeared. Only a few horse carriages were slowly stopping in the back alley at this time. As for Li Shimin and the others, they were also talking about something and were rushing over here. Seeing this, Du Zeding turned his eyes and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Masters, long time no see." Li Shimin heard this and also cupped his fists. "Steward Du, is Fengzi inside?" "Yes." While they were talking, Li Shimin and the others hurriedly rushed in. They originally thought that Zhang Feng had gone back to the mountain or to the tavern. But when he saw Yuchi Gong acting suspiciously, he only found out about his fiancée under Li Shimin's questioning. He was so shocked that he hurried over. But they didn't expect to eat such a big melon. This fiancée actually knew Chui Yingying. More importantly, these two people seemed to have a very good relationship, and they even dared to talk nonsense at the back door. After eating for a while, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Mr. Yushan to take her away. They had no choice but to take them away. There were so many people watching. If they offended someone important and called the Imperial Guards, then things would be serious. After all, this was the residence of the 16th Prince. It was almost unthinkable that such a thing had happened here. He would definitely be sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had caused such a scene at the foot of Mount Longzhou today. Many people were lining up to get close to him, who wouldn't want the credit that came to their door. And most importantly, even if they offended the Chui family of Shandong, they would have something to say. After all, there are laws here, and they were just doing things according to the rules. No matter how powerful the Chui family was, if they dared to violate the criminal law, they would have to face the impeachment of the civil and military officials. In the past, no one dared to do this. But today, Zhang Feng made so many good things at once, who wouldn't be jealous? Even Li Shimin's eyes were red with envy at this time, let alone other people. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Li Shimin still called Mr. Yushan. After all, it was best for him to come forward. How good would it be to not offend anyone? They swaggered into Zhang Feng's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Feng walking out of the door, looking a little anxious. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly opened his arms and said, "Yo, where's our President Zhang going?" Seeing this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He said with a fake smile, Why aren't you doing business at the phosphate fertilizer factory? What are you doing here? Ma Zhou is here, isn't he? And that money string. With those two together, there's really nothing for us to do. We're just here to see if you've been eaten by this woman." As Cheng Yaojin spoke, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, "Fengzi, what's wrong with your fiancé?" Zhang Feng was most afraid that someone would ask this question. Just now, when he heard the voices outside disappear, he was ready to sneak away. But who would have thought that he would bump into these masters before he even left the door? He instantly understood that the situation outside the door was probably settled by these masters. Immediately, Zhang Feng gave up on the idea of going out. With these masters around, how could he escape? Forget it. Old do come, serve the tea, and prepare the dishes. After shouting, Zhang Feng had no choice but to lead them to the living room. As soon as they sat down, the big chimneys started to act up. First, each of them took a cigarette and lit it up. Then, their eyes wandered around the room. They almost wanted to start rummaging through the room. Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but he could only accept this. He pretended not to see it. After everyone scanned the entire living room with their eyes, he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory's matter has been settled today. Iron Bull and the rest can handle the related technical problems. The next thing is not something we can worry about. The key problem is the profit." After hearing about the profit, Li Shimin coughed at Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji laughed and said, "Fengzi, we have to talk about this matter. Just now, the emperor sent a decree. The emperor is going to personally participate in the phosphate fertilizer factory." What? Hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly lost his composure. At this time, the emperor was going to personally participate. Wouldn't all the previous arrangements be ruined? Zhang Feng had spent a lot of effort on this thing, and he had many arrangements. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was most afraid that the emperor would come out and do something worse. Damn it! Once the emperor took action, what benefits would he have? Wasn't this a F*** joke? The key was the emperor's words. Everything belonged to him. What the F*** could he do? Chapter 1645. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Sun Wuji was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was indeed not the right thing to do. However, this was inevitable. Papermaking and so on could be done as they pleased. For these things, even if all the profits were to be distributed, Li Shimin would not even bat an eyelid. But this phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing was not comparable to other things. Whoever controlled the phosphate fertilizer was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty. Which ruler would be willing to hand over the lifeline of the entire country to others? To be controlled by others? Wasn't this a joke? Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was a little downcast, Zhang Sun Wuji explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhang Feng finally figured it out, and he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also figured it out. This was an era of agriculture. Controlling the grain was equivalent to controlling everything in the country. Before, he was only thinking about the wonderful things and did not think about these twists and turns. At this time, after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. But when he thought that the huge amount of money would be in the pocket of the old emperor whom he had never met, Zhang Feng was extremely angry and raised his middle finger to the sky. Damn it! Although the crowd did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's middle finger, they obviously knew what Zhang Feng meant by doing this. It was nothing more than venting the unhappiness in his heart. After all, no one would feel good if this happened to him. What's more, this matter was all funded by Zhang Feng alone. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face was a little embarrassed. After all, although he had not shown his cards now, when he showed his cards, then what would Zhang Feng think of this? The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually like this? Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much. His Majesty also said that when the time comes, he will give you 10% of the profits. 10%? Zhang Feng was shocked. His eyes instantly became a little excited. The 10% you're talking about, is it Chang, or is it the sum of all the benefits from the expansion to the extraterritorial realm? Fang Xianling looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Imitating Zhang Feng, He crossed his legs and said, "He's what you think he is." Hiss. Instantly, Zhang Feng's eyes turned into the shape of copper coins. He kept muttering, "Damn, I'm rich, I'm rich." Not to mention the outer domain. Just at this time, the use of wheat and corn, which was also known as millet, in the 10 provinces of the Tang dynasty. How much area was that? All the grain from so many places was added together. Zhang Feng couldn't even calculate how much it was in an instant, let alone convert it into money. Even if it were banknotes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pile them up from Chang and City to Shao Mountain. The most important thing was this was only the first step of Zhang Feng's plan. When spring came, Zhang Feng was going to improve the corn, which was millet, potatoes, and other agricultural products. Once these things were applied with phosphate fertilizer, in an instant, everything that Zhang Feng saw turned into a glittering golden light. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimin felt a little regretful. So much money. His heart was bleeding. But what could he do since he had already said it? And it was Zhang Feng who came up with it, and this guy liked it very much. Otherwise, what would he give him? Would he give him a state capital? Or give him a promotion? It was not the right time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin thought of another terrible thing. This kid was not a well-behaved person. Once he had money, if he went to buy land for him, or if he stirred up some trouble for him, then it would really cost him his life. He had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, when the time came, thinking of this, Li Shimin thought quickly. Then, an idea came to him. Feng Zi, with so much money, although the emperor didn't say anything, the people in the court might be jealous. If someone sets their eyes on you and you cause trouble, these people will definitely make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, although the emperor won't believe it, after a long time, there will be more such voices. The emperor will naturally be annoyed. After hearing this, he instantly bared his teeth and said, "Damn it, if anyone dares to come, Lao Tzu will chop them up." Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, pretending to be asleep. But their shoulders were shaking so much that even Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. "What? You don't believe me? Wait and see. When Lao Tzu's firearms are made, we'll see if I dare. And this toy can be used at a distance of 500 meters. Seeing Zhang Feng bragging, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He said, Okay, you're awesome, okay? What? You don't believe me, Laoli?" At the mention of firearms, Li Shimin's heart began to worry again. "Old Wei, tell me about Tuli's matter." Wei Zheng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Second Master, this is top secret." At this time, Zhang Feng also became interested. He waved his hand and said, "Top secret, my ass. Even the emperor dares to tell you. Is this considered top secret? Isn't this top secret a little too weak?" The corner of Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He calmly waved his hand, indicating that Wei Zheng could speak freely. Wei Zheng saw this and said, "Just a few days ago, Tuli suddenly sent troops to Feng Province and Sheng Province. There were 100,000 elites, but these people surrounded him and didn't attack.